Those at the foyer, please come inside the chamber and get seated. Thank you very much.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing.
Thank you. Testing.
Ladies and gentlemen, May we all rise up to welcome the President of Pan-African Parliament, Right Honorable Chief Fortune Charimbera.
Good morning. While standing, may I grant you an opportunity to observe a moment of prayer or meditation. Thank you. Before we sit down, we play the AU anthem.
To celebrate together, to song for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together, to defend our liberty and unity. Share this all. This year, I'll be proud and be. Now to sing together. Oh, the ones that friend of this can be. Defend ourselves to fight together. See peace and justice on there. Feel that Africa, essência do sol, essência do céu, faz a luz da África verdade. So united all together, to give the best we have to Africa. And break the Roman kind of culture.
Please be seated.
First of all, I would like to apologize for the late start of proceedings this morning, which was on account of operational challenges. But I thank you for your patience, and we will now proceed. Honorable Chief Charumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament Bureau, honorable members of Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, and honorable members of the European Parliament or their representatives present, their excellencies, ambassadors, and other state representatives present, members of civil society who are valued, members of the private sector that are represented here today, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is my great honor to welcome you to the third Pan-African Parliament Dialogue with Civil Society. And on behalf of the President of the Pan-African Parliament and his Bureau, I wish to express our appreciation for your presence and commitment to this vital platform for engagement between Africa's parliament and the voices of its people. This dialogue represents one of the most significant expressions of the Pan-African Parliament's mandate and gives full meaning to the principle, a people-driven African Union. It is through the interactions that the Parliament has with civil society that translate the ideals of the African Union into lived realities. This third dialogue builds on the previous momentum of the second dialogue and seeks to not just listen, but also co-create solutions with Africa's people expressed through the mouths of civil society, organizations, and community-based institutions. Honorable President, the program for today is a full program. It is offered to delegates in 4 languages. For English, you may access it through your devices on channel 1. For French, channel 2. For Portuguese, channel 3. And Arabic, channel 4. The proceedings of this meeting are live streamed across the world. My name is Lindiwe Khumalo. I am the clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, and I will now take you through the program for this opening ceremony. First, we will have a welcome address by Ms. Bonolo Makgale, who is the Program Manager, Democracy and Civic Engagement Unit of the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. Thereafter, I will invite His Excellency, Honorable Chief Fortune Charambira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, to offer remarks to this meeting, and also to introduce the keynote speaker, our guest of honor. After the guest of honor, I will invite 2 youth respondents to react to the speech of the guest of honor. This will bring us to the end of the opening ceremony, after which we will break for a group photo, have a tea break, and then return after that for the substantive deliberations of the various panels that will be taking place. And at that point, I will introduce the program more fully. For now, I now wish to call upon Ms. Bonolo Makgale to take the floor on behalf of the Center for Human Rights, who are the lead hosts, along with other partners that she will introduce to give her remarks. Let's welcome her with a clap. Thank you. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Chief Fortune Charambira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, the former chairperson of the African Union, members of civil society, students from the University of Pretoria, members of the media, good morning, and thank you so much for being here on a Saturday morning. We appreciate it. My name is Bonolo Makgale, and I'm the Program Manager of the Democracy and Civic Engagement Unit of the Center for Human Rights. But I also have the privilege of being the convener of the Pan-African Parliament Civil Society Forum that has convened all of us here this morning. In 2018, I had a conversation with Professor Frans Reyun, who unfortunately is not here with us. And we were talking about the African Union Constitutive Act and the protocol that established this parliament. We talked about the clarity of Article 17 of the Pan-African Parliament Malabo Protocol that says the Pan-African Parliament shall create mechanism for civil society participation. Yet when we looked around for these mechanisms, we found aspirations on paper, but silence in practice. There was no formal channel, no structured engagement, no institutionalized dialogue between the parliament and African citizens. And that absence troubled us deeply. But not because of what was missing administratively, but because of what it meant philosophically. How do we speak of participatory democracy when participation remains informal, ad hoc, dependent on individual relationships rather than institutionalized architecture? So we began the work of building, and we established the Pan-African Parliament Civil Society Forum. And we stand here today in this third annual dialogue because the Pan-African Parliament Secretariat opened its door for us, because our partners across the continent believed in shared governance. And in this room, we have people from East Africa, West Africa, Southern Africa. And we are really grateful that our partners from this continent really believed in shared governance and in our mandate. And of course, members of this parliament recognized that their legitimacy is strengthened and not weakened when civil society has a formal voice in these walls. And now, as we gather here today, at a time of profound complexity on our continent, and we gather here to have conversations around democratic governance, about security challenges, and the many other pressing challenges that Africa is confronted with. And these are not just abstract exercises in political theory. It is the lived experience of millions of Africans who wake up every morning uncertain whether democracy will protect them or whether they will once again fall victim to the abuse of power. Democratic theories have taught us that legitimate governance derives from the consent of the governed, that political authority must serve the people or lose its moral right to obedience. But the question here is that what then happens when democratic institutions fail to deliver security, fail to deliver justice, and fail to deliver opportunities? What happens when elections just change faces, but not conditions? What happens when constitutions exist on paper, but not in practice? Across the continent, we are witnessing something very troubling. We are witnessing things like military coups, for an example. And this is not just an issue of overthrowing governments, but a challenge to the very essence of democracy itself. When constitutions are suspended to the applause of citizens, when military takeovers are met with public celebration rather than condemnations, and when young people express greater faith in soldiers than in statesmen, we must confront this hard question about what democracy has come to mean in the lives of ordinary Africans. And of course, this is not just a story of military coups. It's a story of legitimacy in crisis, and it is about the social contract under strain. When democracy is stripped of its substance and reduced to procedure, the ground is laid for its value to be questioned. And therefore, this is the challenge that we are confronted with here on this continent. And so the question here is no longer whether we have democratic institutions, because we know we have them, or whether we hold elections, because we do hold elections. The question is whether democracy as it is practiced today can prove that it offers better path to security, development, dignity, human rights than any of its other alternatives. And so for every conversation that we're going to have this morning and throughout this day, it must produce something meaningful. For a young person in Nairobi, for a young person in Soweto, in Maputo, in Abuja, in Accra, in Kampala, in Bamako. It must mean something. And these young people are wondering whether they will still have a future in their own country. For every security assessment that we do here today, there is a family in Goma fleeing. For every governance framework that we draft here today, citizens across this continent are asking whether their voices truly matter. And so our obligation is very clear. The solutions we develop here must not remain within these walls. They must reach communities. And of course, with all of these things that I just mentioned and these unprecedented challenges that we are confronted with on this continent, I remain profoundly hopeful about Africa's democratic future. And it's not because our problems are small. They're quite immense, and we can agree on that. And not because our solutions are simple. They're quite complex. But it is because of you, the people who are here in this room this morning. I see civil society leaders who have faced tear gases, while they were defending the right to protest, and yet they returned to the streets because they refused to accept unaccountable power. I see members of this parliament in particular who could remain silent to preserve their positions and yet speak against executive overreach because they understand that parliaments exist to limit power and not to legitimize it. And of course, I see many young people who are in this room who have decided that this generation and a generation that is not born yet deserves a better future. And you guys are here and you filled this chamber this morning. And that's why I'm profoundly hopeful that we will see an Africa that look different from the current Africa that we are facing right now. And so again, the question here is not whether Africa has problems. I think we can agree that every region has problems. The question here is whether Africans have agency. And the answer embodied by everyone in this room is a resounding yes. You are here on a Saturday morning, and that speaks to our agency. And so what we are doing here today is a testament of the fact that civil society organizations, members of parliaments, scholars can gather together to construct some sort of an institutional infrastructure that African democracy and African democracy need to survive. And so this Pan-African Parliament Civil Society Forum and the Center for Human Rights, the idea here was to create something like this, that as a collective, let's talk to each other. And we know the power of dialogue. We know what dialogue did for South Africa. We know what dialogue did in Kenya. We know what dialogue did in Tunisia. And so the idea here today is for us to dialogue with each other and to reimagine democracy as a collective and to reimagine, as I said, an Africa that contradicts our current reality. And so welcome, and thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Let's give her another round of applause. I wish to thank Ms. Bonolo for representing the voice of African citizens in her delivery, highlighting the centrality of people participation in development and democratic governance, and letting us know what happens when this is not the case and the positive results of when it is the case. For making a call of action for this forum, not to dwell on abstract theories, but to hold robust debates on the complex issues that are on the program of this meeting, and more importantly, take the key messages back to your various communities. And also then letting us know in terms of the history of this dialogue, its formation, and the raison d'etre for its establishment. Thank you very much, Ms. Bonolo. for those remarks. It is now my pleasure and honor to invite His Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, to make his remarks, but also to introduce our guest of honor and invite her to the podium. Your Excellency.
Good morning once more. You look tired already. Good morning. Man, this is a whole day program. So we cannot afford to be tired so early. May I recognize and salute your presence here, Dr. Nkosazana Zuma, former chairperson of the African Union, the vice presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament. I see faces here all over, and I want to say to those that are present in the chamber today as MPs, I want to say you are true leaders, because you want to listen also to the civic society. Some may think it's a weekend, but those MPs that are here, I want to salute them extra. The clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Ms. Lindwe Kumalo, the program manager, democracy, means program manager, democracy, and civil engagement unit at the Center for Human Rights and the PAP's PAP, CSO Forum convener, Ms. Bonoro Makale, who spoke earlier here, the civil society representatives here present, fellow citizens of this continent and distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. As has been mentioned, it's Saturday. And even someone was asking me, so today what are you doing over the phone? I said, today is a full day program. I said, Saturday. I said, yes. We are here because we are committed to engaging with civil society as Pan-African Parliament. We want to share views, opinions, engage, and seek to improve the quality of lives of our people. That's why you are here. For the whole day, the objective is to improve the quality of lives of people. And unfortunately, you have a daunting task, because Africa remains, in terms of statistics, on the margins of almost every statistic. When you compare to other continents, we have, for some reason, we've done, we are like behind everybody. Take anything, whether it's education, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's access, technology, everywhere, even agriculture, food. Although we are told Africa is endowed with the best soils, the best climatic conditions, the best of everything that supports good lives of a human being, including natural resources. So when we gather here as clerk Linwe Kumaro mentioned that we are not here to try and theorize. We are here to seek practical solutions. Otherwise, we can meet and meet and meet and meet, but at the end, we don't succeed. And there's a parliament of the continent. We know that to succeed, we should engage with civil society. We can't do without you. If we are the true voice of the people, and the Pan-African Parliament is on this continent in terms of legally established continental institutions, this parliament is the voice of the people. Now, complemented by civil society. And I want to say something about this parliament. Why you are meeting here? Why here? This is called an African Parliament. It's an organ of the African Union. Some people think African Union means being in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. No, AU is a continental body. We can't have everything in Addis Ababa. So it's structured in such a way that if it were like, call them ministries, although we are not a ministry, we are higher than a ministry. We are an organ which is in the national architecture. We are like, there are three organs of state: your executive, your parliament, your judiciary. So at the continental level, although when you read the literature, it's a bit confused. It doesn't bring out the issue of parliament as an organ, a super organ of the AU. And that's why sometimes, and I'm talking here in front of a former chair of the AUC, that one problem of the AU is that to reach to the people, they do not want to pronounce the role of the parliament properly, like it is done in the national parliament, like it's done in the EU, European Union, they have a parliament. Their parliament is more visible, well supported, and the voices of the people find entry and access to the leadership of the AU. But I'm saying, don't lose sight of the fact that this is a parliament. It is meant, established to ensure the voices of the people of Africa permeate through all the organs up to the heads of state. And that's the reason why it was established in 2004. And you find the heads of states saying this. When the OAU was established in 1963, for the first 41 years, it operated without a parliament. And then the heads of state realized in that 41 years that the OAU was not making much impact on the continent. People were not quite part of this thing called OAU. And then our own founding fathers then said, we need elected representatives as part of the AU governance architecture. And they said, an OAU without representatives of the people only becomes a union of member states and not a union of African citizens. And then they moved to put in place laws to make sure we have a parliament. And then they signed what is called the Sereti Protocol in Libya and launched the parliament in 2004. So it is instructive that from 1963 to 2004. There was no parliament. But they had to bring it on board. And one, as has been mentioned already, in the law, in the article, protocol establishing Pan-African Parliament, it's clearly said, one, the purpose will ensure integration of the continent, economic, political, everything, all the integration issues. And that, Article 17, Pan-African Parliament shall be a forum for the citizens of this continent to participate in the economic, social development of this continent, or political development of this continent. They will provide a forum, and we are doing that today. We should provide a forum for the voices of the people in various ways. Civil society, various professions, there could be teachers, professors, medical doctors of this continent can come here. Anything of any grouping, only various groups, any interest groups are welcome here and say, you parliamentarians, can you get this message to the heads of state? Because what we debate here, we make recommendations based on what you have submitted. And then we take it up to the Assembly of Heads of State and say, we held a one-day forum, civil society, these are their views. At least the heads of state will know, the member states will know what we should be doing. So I thought I should emphasize that part of our functions so that you know why we should meet today, tomorrow, and forever. It is within the protocols or the laws of the African Union that your voices or people's voices through you are heard. But I need to say this. We as Pan-African Parliament were established, and in terms of the protocol, it says, and I'm reading what is in the protocol, facilitate the effective implementation of the policies and objectives of the African Union, ultimately the whole continent. Promote the principles of human rights and democracy in Africa. Encourage good governance, transparency, accountability in member states. Accountability, transparency, good governance. It's one of our functions. So when you, as civil society, you push issues of democracy, accountability, transparency, you're actually in our terrain also. Let's work together. Familiarize the people of Africa with the objectives and policies aimed at integrating the African continent with the framework of the establishment of the African Union, promote peace, security, and stability, contribute to a more prosperous future for the people of Africa, facilitate cooperation and development in Africa, strengthen continental solidarity, and build a sense of common destiny among the peoples of Africa. And 9, facilitate cooperation among regional economic communities and their parliamentary fora. I can read a lot from this law, but in essence, we are saying you are welcome to your home, this place. I don't know what you'll be saying, but we have issues, a lot of issues on the continent. I will not go through the whole list. But I think one problem is the issue of peace and security. Whatever we discuss and we aspire, Agenda 2063 summarizes whatever we want to achieve as a continent, as the citizens. It's there, everything is there. In whichever sector, everything is there. But you can't succeed. No aspirations to have better infrastructure, to fly more direct than we do, go via Europe and come to Africa, enough food for everybody, good education, health, you name it. If there is instability, and if you talk of Sudan, you realize that you have a problem. Children in schools, some have gone now for 2 years or 3 years, they can't go to school. they've lost out. You can't access medical facilities. You don't even know where your relative is because they ran away, they lost contact with you, the phones, everything. You're just wondering whether they are alive or whether even people that you know. I'm giving one specific example, but this applies to a number of conflict areas on the continent. So civil society, you are here to share with this parliament, how can we address those issues? And that we should not be part of the problem, but part of the solution. Very important. And then issues of democracy. Maybe I should have mentioned the DRC. DRC, I don't know whether there are participants from DRC here in this room. One, you have one of the best countries that God ever gave to any of his people on this earth. You were favored by God. And you got, if you talk of minerals, all the best, most expensive, sought after are in your country. But I won't go into detail about what is happening. We need to get it right. So I'm just saying, I'm provoking you. We have these issues on the continent. And we are told in a survey that at least 5.4 million in the last 2-3 decades, 5.4 million have lost their lives since 1998. Since in DRC, 5.4 million. So it means when we meet here, Excellency, Dr. Zuma, if we talk and talk and talk, more and more and more and more continue to die. So after such a meeting, we should say, how can we hold that? How can this gathering today end some of these things on this continent? In a very sober, objective, reasonable, fair way, what should we be doing? No politics. That's not a problem. Let's not just vent our political emotions. No, this is time to say, let's put our minds together in a very sober way and say, we propose this. Civil society, it is said, you are with the people at the grassroots level. So you should also make very brilliant inputs because you know the temperature, you know what people think, and you know what could be done even to end the war in the DRC. Because you talk to people, you don't read books or just go into a library, like in a university professor, just read and say, according to, no. You know what is on the ground. How can we end the wars in the Sahel, Great Lakes region, so that we can then move with the development? What should we be doing? And I know democracy will be an issue on a continent now that has attracted terrorism. 15, 20 years ago, Africa was not the home of terrorists. Recently at the UN General Assembly in New York, statistics were shared. And the statistics said about 15 years ago, Africa accounted for about 10 to 15% of terrorist activities. We have moved to 51%. Now, how can we end that? But let me talk about democracy before I sit down. Accountability, democracy. And I know in everything that we said, today there will be a lot of democracy, accountability. One mistake that we make about, though we talk about democracy, but we do not understand what democracy is, what it means. In the textbook, the definition is there. You can get it. What is demanded? Who coined the word democracy? But in practice, why do we need democracy? Why do we need democracy? And even you go to university and ask even people doing masters, they will spend, they'll do 2-3 pages. Yeah, because it's good that there'll be elections. And because there will be elections, leaders will change. After we need people elected, and then maybe 2 terms, they go. It's good. Yeah, that's democracy. People elect, yeah, basically saying about elections. Democracy is not only meant for elections. And that's what we should interrogate. Democracy is only a means to an end. It's not an end in itself. And this is where we are short. Because people say, they think when you hold elections every 5 years, and even leaders change after every 5 years, after 2 terms. It's a very democratic country. If I were to mark your essay or assignment, I may give you 52%. Don't expect 70 or 80, and they won't get it. Democracy is a means to an end. But we are taking it as an end in itself. There are people who have been elected 5, 10 times as leaders or presidents, but they are bad leaders. They are still bad leaders, but they've been elected. Voting is not the end, or it's just a beginning of democracy. It's one of the first steps. So just a first step. The real purpose of democracy is to have leaders who are very accountable, who are transparent, where people feel that our voices are heard. How many laws goes through Parliament and you find people demonstrating and say, complain, we don't like this law. So whose law is it? You elected the people, they pass a law that people don't want. Yet, the theory and the whole purpose of democracy is you ask your people and then make the law. There's one leader in my country, Zimbabwe. This person was a judge, a high court judge, and she ended up in parliament as a member of parliament. And then she said, after serving for 2 years, she said, before I came to parliament, I used to think parliament passes laws. But I now realize laws pass through parliament. I've been a member of parliament myself, and I know what that means. This issue of political parties, very good, multi-party, but sometimes MPs don't think independently or objectively. There's something, or law, something, they debate. You have to be very careful the way you debate. Otherwise, you get kicked out of your political party and you lose your seat. So you have to be compliant. You have to know, what do people or my leaders, bosses, expect me to say? If you just say the way you think, we've seen, I can give you a whole list of MPs from various countries on the continent who have been fired for thinking. Sometimes MPs are not allowed to think. Now, that's where you have civil society space now. You have a lot of space for you in this all political governance architecture. I know I've taken too long because I'm enjoying the topic. And I knew when he was coming to me that he wants to tell me that time. But you see, I want to provoke these people. Because we cannot be meeting At the end of the day, nothing comes out. So I'm trying to provoke you, say, no, we don't understand democracy. Democracy is people, an MP, member of parliament, who speaks in parliament, because this is what these people have said he should say. Not to come up with some divergent thinking. I'll give you another example. In parliament, usually, there are what are called chief whips. They whip MPs and tell them what to say, not what to say in parliament. And usually, you want to praise the leadership in government. Even if they are failing, your duty is to praise. Otherwise, you get fired from your party. And this is everywhere in the world. That's where civil society space now comes in, where even parliamentarians cannot open their mouth. You then expect you to open the mouth. That's your importance, basically. One more example, and then I conclude. This example should be known by any person who talks about democracy. The case, I think there are two examples. The case of Burkina Faso. 2008, in Burkina Faso, there was a problem. The serving president had finished 2 terms. Anyone from Burkina Faso here? The serving president has finished 2 terms, but he wanted to continue, which was against the constitution. So he made sure, mobilized MPs. And I'm being honest, I'm an MP. You see, they mobilize them, and sometimes they are not difficult to mobilize. To say, look, let us extend the term of the sitting president. Yet the constitution said after 2 terms we leave. But whatever was done to the MPs, they agreed, all of them, and unanimously agreed to extend the term of the president. They amended the terms of their constitution. MPs sitting in parliament can amend the constitution. Of course, in some jurisdictions, you can't do it. But maybe go to the people for a referendum. But in that case, MPs can amend the constitution. So they passed an amendment to allow the sitting president to move on. Some of you may know what happened. People, the whole country went on fire in Burkina Faso. People demonstrated. Who told you that we want to extend the term of this president? You, the MPs, who told you? And people moved to the parliament building and they put it on fire. Burkina Faso. Because they were saying, we elected you, but you never came back to ask us if you wanted this. Burkina Faso, again, gives us another paradox. This whole issue of military rule, even democracy, election, that we need elected leaders. You can only be a president if we elected you. If you didn't elect, you can't be a president. But look at Burkina Faso. I think some of you, or most of you, are praising Traore, I believe. But he came through a coup. That is totally undemocratic. So be careful when we speak about democracy also. Sometimes we are saying Traore good. Sometimes we are saying no, an ex did not win elections. So he can't be our leader. Some don't even have 1 vote, but they become head of state. And in about Burkina Faso, sorry, I'm finishing. I'm ending my speech just now. In Burkina Faso, I attended the inauguration of the president of Ghana, John Mahama, after winning. They were going through a democratic process, elections were held, and this part 1, he became the president of Ghana. So inauguration day, 7 January, I won't forget that date, 7 January 2025, in Accra. We all go to the stadium for the inauguration, heads of states and all that, and they would announce, we announced the arrival of the president of Nigeria in the stadium, and people jubilate, oh, welcome, and several presidents, including the president of Pan-African Parliament, Chief Sharon Bera has arrived. And then people say, acknowledge, and no more. Then it came Traore, the president of Burkina Faso. And he came a bit late to us, almost when his allies of state had arrived, with more than 20 his aides in military uniform in the stadium. As it's part of his escort, security. And then it was announced, arrival of the president of Burkina Faso. There was the loudest applause in the stadium. And then we have to write PhDs on this one. We need this. What is that? Here we are inaugurating a person elected properly through voting. But now we are showing that the one who came through military means is the best of all other presidents. What does that mean? Civil society, what does that mean? And my last point. You know, these people are celebrating someone who took power through undemocratic and unconstitutional means. So people are saying that is the best. Of all who came on that day, it's only him who got the loudest applause. Then you ask yourself, what are these people saying? So when you say democracy and then constitutional, what are people saying? People now are saying in Africa, this is good. Madagascar, 2, 3, 4 weeks ago, the president ran away because of demonstrations, and of course the dimension of the youth. The youth, civil society, when you discuss like this, how do we address youth frustrations on this continent? I think civil society should also make an input on that one. How do we address? Because it seems this Gen Z, what I think is coming with some hot thunder on the continent. And what are we going to do? I can't say everything. I've said a few things. Lastly, Pan-African Parliament is here to work with you. Don't gossip about PAP. Come, we talk. Come, we talk. I thank you, but I'm here now to introduce a very important and significant personality on this continent so that she can come and share her thoughts with you. You all know she's Comrade Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. But before, look, I'm looking at her profile. I can take another, I don't know, it was quite impressive. But I'll just take some highlights. She was born, but it's not good practice to say when someone was born. In nowadays, because the person may be even younger than the age. That's what's happening. So she's, what I can say, she's strong and vibrant and intelligent. That is how old she is. She trained, went through, studied, this I can mention. She studied zoology and botany at the University of Zululand in 1971 and obtained a master's, a BSc degree, and started her medical studies at the University of Natal, where her involvement with the struggle began. Dr. Dlamini Zuma became an active underground member of the ANC. She was also a member of the South African Student Organization, and was elected as its deputy president in 1976. During the same year, she fled into exile, and then she completed medical studies. Became, of course, a doctor, medical doctor, studying at the University of Bristol in the UK, which she completed in 1978. After the 1994 elections in South Africa, that is independence of South Africa, 1994, Dr. Dlamini Zuma was appointed the Minister of Health in the cabinet of the then President Nelson Mandela. I tell you, in your lifetime, to be appointed by an icon like Mandela, I think you should feel very proud. Then, jumping, there were so many things. In 1999, the then President Mbeki appointed Dr. Dlamini Zuma as Minister of Foreign Affairs. So she moved from health to foreign affairs. And I met her in various meetings, including in Tripoli and Sirte, when she was foreign minister. So I remember myself in some of those meetings. She was one of the most respected foreign ministers. When she took the floor, even those who are on cell phones, they put them down to listen to her first. She got involved very much in peace and stability on this continent. The Burundi conflicts, she played a very important role. And I still remember even DRC, when in Zimbabwe we had our minister, Dr. Stanley Mudenge, and we could fly together to Goma as foreign ministers to try and address those problems. In 2009, she was moved to be Minister of Home Affairs. In 2012, she was elected as the first ever in the history of Africa to become the chairperson of the African Union Commission. I should stop here. I think, let me invite you to the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Fortune Sharumbia, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament who are here, distinguished representatives of civil society, esteemed academics and researchers, representatives of regional and international organizations, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to address this third civil society dialogue today. We meet today in this house that by its very nature is designed and symbolizes Africa's democratic aspirations, the Pan-African Parliament. It is fitting that one gathered here not only as parliamentarians, but as representatives of the African civil society, academics, researchers, and many others. Because a parliament without the people becomes an echo chamber. But a parliament in dialogue with its citizens becomes a living engine for accountability and hope. That is the spirit of this third civil society parliamentary dialogue, to bring the voices of the people into the heart of African decision making. We meet under the theme of the African Union 2025, I quote, Year of Reparations, Justice for Africa and the People of African Descent through Reparations. And I was told to speak on that topic. So the theme addresses and emphasizes the historic and ongoing injustices rooted in colonialism, the transatlantic slavery trade, apartheid, and structural discrimination. It is framed as building a united front to advance the cause of justice and payment of reparations to Africans. The OAU, now the AU, has long recognized the need for reparations as a moral, historical, and economic issue tied to Africa's colonial past, slavery, and exploitation. Reparations are viewed as essential for justice, for healing, for development. It remains a key part of Africa Union's Agenda 2063, especially under the aspiration in Africa with strong cultural identity, common heritage, shared values, and ethics. Before the first Pan-African Conference on Reparations, this is not the first time we talk about reparations. There was a special conference in 1993 held in Abuja in Nigeria. But before that conference, there were lots of Pan-African conferences which were held mainly in the UK from 1900, which talked about reparations. They did not use the word reparations, but the essence of what they were discussing was about reparations. Those conferences, the first one was in 1900, they had 1919 to 1927, 1945. In fact, the 1945 conference, let me say, is what also inspired us to do Agenda 2063, a 50-year horizon. Because in 1945, at the Manchester Conference, the Pan-Africanists decided that Africa must be decolonized within 50 years. And then they put structures, strategies to make sure that it does get decolonized within 50 years. Other than Western Sahara, it was decolonized within 50 years. South Africa on the 49th year. So when we were celebrating 50 years of the OAU, we were celebrating the decolonization of Africa. Then we said, when they come back in 50 years, what would they be celebrating? That's how the idea of Agenda 2063 came to be. But let me say that at the 1993 conference on reparations that was held in Nigeria, the issue of slavery and colonization as a crime against humanity was, for the first time, specifically said. And it was also said that the West owes a moral, economic, and historic debt to Africa and its people. And it was said that reparations must come in different forms: financial compensation, debt cancellation, return of artifacts that were stolen, technology transfer, and institutional reforms. And that conference called for a reparation commission to be established. Fast forward from that conference, we also know that in 2001, here in South Africa, in Durban, there was a conference, an anti-racism conference that was held. And that conference produced two documents, a declaration and a program of action. But I will just take one or two things that that conference decided on. It decided that slavery, especially the transatlantic slavery trade, and officially declared it a crime against humanity. Now this was a global organization. Initially it was the Continental, now it was the UN. And that conference also recognized colonialism and apartheid as a cause of profound and lasting economic and social inequalities. And that conference called for reparations. Moral, material, and developmental to address these injustices. The conference also linked poverty to the historic exploitation of people of African descent and the indigenous peoples. So this theme this year builds on those. And following that conference, there was a commitment by the UN to make sure that through the Human Rights Commission, this matter is followed up. And of course, there has been follow-ups, but there's not been really reparations. And I think that's why the AU decided that the theme should be reparations. So, what do we do about this theme? Is it just a theme that must be mentioned through the year and after that forgotten? Or should we do something about it? I think a lot should be done. I think the theme calls on us to confront historic injustices with courage and vision. It reminds us that legacies of slavery, colonization, and exploitation continue to shape our present, and that true liberation cannot be achieved without justice and reparative action. Allow me, in the spirit of inclusive governance, to remind us that gender justice must underline the agenda of reparations. Because we all know that women, African women, bore the brunt of enslavement, of colonial labor system, land dispossession, and armed conflict. Even today, they still continue to bear that brunt. of unpaid care, rural poverty, climate change. So reparations must mean justice for African women as well. And I'm stressing this because we tend to forget women in many areas of human endeavor. So they must have access to land, to finance, and full political participation. And they must lead in every area of human endeavor. They must be part of decision making. But also, saying plainly, there could be no reparations if women are excluded. That would not be reparations. But we must also speak about the youth. Africa is the youngest continent in the world. And reparations must speak to them, not as victims of history, but as designers of the future. Let us use this year to launch more youth research on reparative justice, to document our histories in African languages, to digitize archives, and to connect African youth with the diaspora so that Pan-Africanism becomes a lived experience, not just lectured. Reparations are not a plea for charity. They are a moral, legal, and historic imperative. Reparations are not about acknowledging the harm done, repairing the damage, and ensuring that the descendants of those who were dehumanized can live in dignity and equality. We're not asking for pity. We're asking for justice. We're not asking for handouts. We're asking for historic honesty. And different institutions must take their responsibilities in this campaign. The AU Commission has responsibility for policy coordination and diplomatic engagements. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights has the responsibility for legal grounding and interpretation. The Pan-African Parliament, in my view, has both a legislative and advocacy role. It should draft modern laws on reparations, restitution, and historic justice, and the diaspora. And it should collaborate for global advocacy with civil society. Because civil society organizations are going to be critical in this campaign. I don't know whether they've started working on it or not. Civil society organizations play a vital role as intermediaries between citizens and the state. They should explain their theme to the citizens and work with citizens to mobilize for reparations. Civil society organizations must empower individuals to participate in civic life, mobilize communities, and facilitate dialogues like today. On peace and security, I think peace and security remain the bedrock upon which justice and development must rest. There can be no development where there is war and conflict. But equally, you cannot sustain peace when there is no development. So as a continent, we need to pay special attention to all the conflicts from the north to the Horn, Eastern DRC, Sudan, which continues to claim lives and livelihoods. And of course, women, children, and the elderly bear the biggest brunt. We must also reaffirm that peace is not just the absence of war, but it is the presence of justice, development, and freedom. When citizens are listened to, young people are educated and skilled, women are empowered and protected and included in the economy and decision-making in all areas of human endeavor, development becomes sustainable and communities resilient. Civil society organizations must work hand in hand with the Pan-African Parliament in mediating dialogue, promoting early warning, and peace building from the ground up. The Pan-African Parliament must serve not only as a legislative voice, but as a moral conscience, urging our governments towards good governance, rooted in the will of the people, and sustainable development and unity of the African continent. Kwame Nkrumah, I quote him about unity, because without unity, this continent will never reach its full potential. He said, I quote, "Divided we are weak, and we are weak. United, Africa could become one of the greatest forces for good in the world," close quote. Africa must take its destiny in its own hands. Nobody is going to come and develop our continent for us. If we don't do it, it won't develop. We can't sit and be waiting for some people from across the oceans to come and do it for us. It's not going to happen. And also, we must decolonize our minds and believe in ourselves. Steve Biko, our first president of SASU, said, and I quote, "The most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed." Because if your mind is decolonized, they don't need to come physically. You are already in prison. So let's decolonize our minds. And decolonizing our minds means taking charge of our economies. Why aren't we say Africa is rich in all this. The president was mentioning all the things we are rich in. The 60% of available arable land globally is on this continent, but this continent imports food. We have sunshine more than 300 days a year. We have water. We have a big population, more than 1.4 billion. Why can't we feed ourselves? Who will respect us if we can't feed ourselves? Thomas Sankara said, "Who feeds you controls you." So we must grow our food. We must process our natural resources. Some people boast of importing furniture. They boast, "My furniture is imported from there. Why? We have so much wood. Why do you import furniture? We have people, we have wood. There's no need. We grow cotton. Only 90% of our cotton is exported raw. Why? But we import fabric. And I'm glad Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire are starting to make chocolate, because we sell cocoa beans, we get 8 billion around there. But the chocolate industry is more than 100 billion. So let's take charge of our economies. Let's beneficiate our minerals. Why are we sending these minerals raw? Sending minerals raw is exploiting jobs, high-paying jobs. We remain with the mining jobs, but the high-paying jobs are exported to where the minerals will be beneficiated. And exporting something raw, we are exporting revenue, because by the time it comes back to you as finished goods, it's probably 10 times or more expensive. So let's wake up. We have everything that everyone who has developed used to develop. The only thing is, must decolonize our minds and not think. You know, I lived in Addis, as you know. And one thing I learned from Addis, maybe it's because they were never colonized, is that they believe in themselves. You know, when they were building the Renaissance Dam that is now giving them the electricity, no investor came to invest. If it was some of us, we would still be waiting for the investors. But they didn't wait. They said, okay, we'll go ahead. The government did not have all the money to build that dam. But what they did, the diaspora contributed, but the citizens, everyone who had an Ethiopian number, and I'm one of them, I had an Ethiopian number for 4.5 years when I was there. You received an SMS every day, sometimes twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day. And when you respond to that SMS, you donate $1 to that dam. Right? The citizens built that dam. They donated every day. And the dam is done now. Because they believed in themselves. Their minds were decolonized. But many of us would still be waiting for the investors to come. We wouldn't be having the electricity they are having because we are still waiting for the investors. So let's not wait. Let's do what we can do for ourselves. Also, just to give another example, when there was Ebola in those 3 countries, when we had the UN, President Obama, in a side meeting, said there are 1.4 million Africans are going to die if nothing drastic is done. The world did nothing drastic. But as Africans, we decided we're going to do something for ourselves. We called for volunteers from different countries to go and work in those countries. And indeed, we got more than 800 volunteers from different countries who went to work there. And we got business, African business, to give us money so that we can look after those people once they are there. And not even 100,000 people died, let alone the 1.4 that was. Some people, international organizations promised us money, it's still coming. So, and I interviewed two of the young people who volunteered, because they all came via Addis. We trained them, and then they left. One was from Kenya. And I said, what motivated you to volunteer? And he said, no, I just thought, what if this was happening in Kenya? And people were asked to come and help us, and nobody came. So I decided, no, I must go. And another one said, no, we always talk about Pan-Africanism. I thought this was a way of showing it in practice, and that's why I'm here. So I'm saying, if we put our minds to it, we can do everything on our continent. As long as we include everybody. If we exclude women and youth, forget. It's not going to happen. You can't walk on one leg and think you can compete with people who are walking with two legs. And women, let me tell you something. Do you know that there is research that shows how women and men spend their income? It says men spend a good 30% of their income on the family, right? I don't know what the 70%, but it's good enough. 30% goes to the family. But women, 70% of the income of women is spent on the family. So if you empower women, families will be better off. And also, there is also research that shows that companies that have more women in the management, top management, are more competitive. So it makes economic sense. So before I end, let me talk about Burkina Faso too, because I've been there recently, this year. And I'm going there end of this month again. Some people asked me when I came back, why did you go there? There was a coup. So I said, yes, I wasn't there on the day of the coup. I didn't go to Burkina Faso on the day of the coup. But I was invited for the launch of the Sankara Mausoleum. But also I can say in Burkina there is a revolution, and I support progressive revolutions. And Sankara was a progressive leader of our continent who was assassinated. He supported women, he supported unity of the African continent, he supported countries feeding themselves, producing their own food. And they were launching his mausoleum. But also I can see what they are doing. For me, good governance is about whether you respond to the needs of your population. It's not about anything else. Do you respond to the needs of your population? Are you spending the resources of the country for the benefit of your population? If you are, that's good governance. If you are not, for me, that's not good governance. So, for now, I think Burkina is doing well. I'm going there I'll be there from the 25th to the end of the month, because they are holding a big women's conference, and many women of the continent are going there. Because they believe that they cannot rise as Burkina without women, just as the continent will not rise without women. I thank you.
Right.
We are grateful for the high-level address of Her Excellency Nkosazana Zuma, which has been very rich in knowledge regarding the history and trajectory of the African Union, but also Africa's journey and the notable key milestones traveled. It has also been rich in wisdom regarding the strategic imperatives and priorities that the continent should focus itself on, and also rich in inspiration with regard to the clarion call she has issued for this forum, the African Union institutions, civil society, and all of us to challenge ourselves to change the trajectory of Africa. With those few words, it is my honor to invite to the podium Honorable Fatoumata Njai, Member of Parliament, and member of the Pan-African Parliament, but member of the National Parliament of the Republic of the Gambia, and member of this Parliament, to approach the podium to offer a vote of thanks to our guest of honor.
Good morning, Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, Dr. Chief Cherubura, our great leader. Good morning, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. I am privileged to be in your midst. Good morning, CSOs, well-respected CSOs, and my colleague, distinguished honorables, and to our dear able clerk of the Pan-African Parliament. It is a great honor to have been given the privilege to give the vote of thanks after the speech of the most distinguished Dr. Dlamini Zuma, commonly called NDZ. I'm short of words. As one of few elected female members in my country, 3 out of 53, it is an honor to be able to speak after you have spoken I think you have said it all. I think representing people without being given their consent is not representation. And I would not be proud of myself if I do not mention countries from West Africa that have gone through elections, that I would say are not legitimately representing their people because the mandate was not morally given by those people. The just recently concluded elections in Cote d'Ivoire, I would say, is one. And in the Eastern Africa, the recently concluded elections in Tanzania, I would say, is one. No blood needs to be shed for a person to lead its nation. It makes it illegitimate. Mr. President, meaningful representation, like Dr. Zuma just said, needs to be given by the population. And it needs to respond to the needs of the population, like you rightly said, Doctor. And we are proud to say that our able president has given us meaningful leadership. That is why he has given me the floor today to give this vote of thanks. We are few women in politics. The reason is not because we are stupid. It's not because we don't want to. It's because the environment is not conducive. So any leader that gives us the environment to showcase our intelligence should be given thanks. And I think the vote of the thanks today should first of all be given to my president of the Pan-Africa Parliament for having given women the opportunity to say that we can and to show that we can. And thank you, Mr. President. And yes, we can. I am proud to stand here today on behalf of the Pan-Africa Parliament, and thanks to the people of my constituency that elected me against all odds, because I am not a member of any political party. I am an independent candidate. I stood in my first term as a member of a party, and when I realized that my political party was not going in the right direction that I expected for my people, I voiced it out, got expelled, and I independently stood and won my second term against all odds. So I think it is for women to know that they should identify themselves. Yes, if you can be a member of the party, but if you cannot, make sure you walk out there and do it for yourself. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and we are pleased to have you here today and look forward to having a conducive conversation and going back to our respective countries, making sure that we represent well. According to the Constitutive Act of the Pan-African Parliament, somebody did mention Article 17, and we are showcasing that we respect the rules that created this Pan-African Parliament, and that is why we are here today, listening to you, going back to our respective countries, and feeding them what you people have asked us to feed, and ensuring that our leaders are leading us the way they should and being held accountable. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Let's shake your hand. Take a picture, please. Take a picture. Who's taking the picture?
Thank you so much for for that vote of thanks. Now, we just have one more item before we break for tea, but it's an important one. Having heard from Her Excellency Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, we will end this session with two interventions from two remarkable young people who will represent us all in delivering a response to what we have heard from Her Excellency. We will have Sarah Wesonga, the Senior Program Manager, Freedom of Expression and Information and Integrity, Article 19, and then immediately followed by Ruth Kwangwa Ndlovu, Human Rights and Governance Lawyer, Girls Gone Political. They will speak one after the other, deliver their powerful messages, I believe, and with that, we will bring this session to a close. Where are they? If they could, yes, please take the floor. Let's encourage IS to come. Your Excellencies, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on existing protocol and say good morning. I hope you're all well. Allow me to also convey my appreciation to the Center for Human Rights, the University of Pretoria, Open Society Foundations, and the Pan-African Parliament for opening their doors to us and allowing us to be part of this auspicious occasion, as well as our previous speakers and our keynote dialogue by Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma for her very powerful and thought-provoking keynote. I like to say that she crawled so the rest of us could run. As we said, my name is Sarah Wesonga. I like to say Kenya is my home and Africa is my business, but I work for an institution called Article 19. This simply means that my job is to safeguard the voices of African people, and we do this by ensuring that all Africans everywhere are able to access information, but also to be able to speak and use this information to make informed decisions about their lives, hold leaders into account, and participate in public life. And so I felt very honored when I got the chance to respond to Honorable Nkosazana's remarks and comments when they reached out to me by the center. As our keynote speaker aptly put it, the pursuit for justice in Africa and self-determination did not start today. It did not start with us. It did not start with the Gen Z. This is a generational struggle that has been rooted in sacrifice, resilience, and resistance. And one thing it is important to note is that the injustices inflicted on Africa and her people, the violence of colonialism, the theft of our resources, and the continued exploitation of our knowledge is going on today, still happening. And so it's important for us to honor those who fought for this liberation, those who set the ground for us for a free, dignified, and united and dignified Africa. So across the continent, we are witnessing a very big disconnect, as we've said, from the streets of Nairobi to Antananarivo to DRC to the deserts of Sahel. The biggest challenge we're seeing is young people are demanding justice, they're demanding inclusion. Young women, children, persons with disabilities, those very likely to be heard when they speak. Communities are feeling the weight of conflict, the weight of militarization and deepening inequality. So I do strongly agree with our keynote speaker that reparative justice is not just about remembering the historical wrongs that we've experienced as a people, but it's important for us to address the structural and political conditions that continue to deny access to justice, access to peace, access to safety, and access to dignity. And so this starts by safeguarding those who bear the brunt of these injustices. We are talking women, we are talking children, we are talking persons with disabilities.
She aptly mentioned that good governance is about responding to the needs of the people. The question of peace and security continues to haunt us as a people on the continent. But the question is, when we talk about African voices, what do you think happens when people's voices are silenced? What do you think happens when civic space is closed, or when journalists are targeted, or when information is not able to be received by the people? What happens when citizens lose trust in their government or in their leaders? That is when we see militarization and conflict becoming the new language of unresolved justice. So if people are not able to question power, if they cannot access information about the decisions that affect their lives, or participate meaningfully in governance, it won't matter whether there is a new coup. It won't matter whether there are billions of elections. It won't matter how many new flags we erect, how many new leaders we bring in, we'll still have the same challenges. So allow me, as I look across this room, I see government, civil society, titles, very big titles. But the reality is when we remove our honorables, our misters, our doctors, our lawyers, at the end of the day, we are all Africans. We are somebody's mother, somebody's child, somebody's sister. And so I hope that the rallying call when we're here is that we need to think about the decisions that we're making here, the conversations that we are making here, and how they trickle down to the lived realities of the African people. I'm glad to see several young people also in the continent because, as she aptly put it, we are the youngest continent in the world. In 2050, half of our population will be under 24 years old. And if you add 50 years to that, half of the global population will be African. So when we're talking about reparative justice, it's about looking backwards, acknowledging our present, and looking forward. Backwards because we owe a debt to those who endured and they resisted and they created what we are able to enjoy. We are here in South Africa, we are at the Pan-African Parliament, we are sitting on the shade because somebody had the wisdom to build a tree. And so we here also stand at that presence. We need to honestly confront what is happening in the continent. I keep on saying that the biggest lottery you have in life is where you're born. Nobody chose to be born in Sudan. Nobody chose to be born in the DRC. Nobody chose to be born in whatever is happening right now in Madagascar. We are one decision away from facing these realities. And so our duty remains reimagining governance. It means demilitarizing politics and placing the human being, the African person, at the center. I implore you not to look at yourselves as regimes, as we said, not the rhetoric, but the African people and a peace agenda. About collaboration and why we are here, governments, parliaments, civil society, whether we like it or not, we need to work together. Not in suspicion, but in solidarity to be able to rebuild public trust. Because as a continent, the reality is this trust is not just amongst people in the government. Civil society, we are also told our job is to be paid and eat and get donor money, right? And when you go and see young people in the streets protesting, there's the presumption that they really have nothing to do. But the reality is there's nothing for us, there's nothing without us if you're not in this together. So I'd like to see you look at the person next to you, not just as an opposition, but as a conscious of another African person. So I applaud this distinguished Pan-African Parliament for opening the doors to us, remaining open to work with civil society, and continue with constructing partnership. As we said, I hope we are able to bring life to Article 17, where the voices, especially those who are most likely to be heard, who are most likely to speak, who are feeling the worst impact of historical and present injustices, are able to shape the realities of the continent. And lastly, I hope that at the end of this conversation, as we said, we look for something actionable. We are able to trickle down whatever decisions that are happening here and be able to guarantee people of African descent a promise of dignity, a promise of peace, and a promise of opportunity. As we say, democracy, we'll keep on keeping it as a government for the people, by the people, but we tend to delegate our people aspect to the people we elected. So I ask you, as a citizen of your country, as a private citizen, would you be here if you're not being paid? Would you be here if this wasn't your job? What do you do when your governments ask you to participate? What do you do when you see wrongdoing? And I hope that through that conscience and that responsibility, we as a people have a responsibility to maintain democracy. Democracy is like a marriage. We all need to put in the work or everything else crumbles. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening to me.
Good morning, once again, distinguished guests, most importantly, Your Excellency, and Mayor Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, as well as the Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, and I wish to ride on the protocols already observed. For my response, I think I won't delve into too much that has already been reiterated, and ideally, to take floor after such a powerful keynote address, after a woman whose leadership helped shape the direction of this continent with a vision, Agenda 2063, a blueprint that turned aspiration into architecture. It's really reminded us that Africa's future, not to be given to us, but it must be designed by us and for us. And with that opening said, my name is Ruth K. Kangwa Mandlovu, and I wish to get into my responses. I stand here not only as a young African, but a young person and a young woman. And I think ours as a generation, be it the millennials, the Gen Z, the Gen Alpha, we are shaped by a continent that's still writing its own story. Ours is a generation really born in the afterglow of independence, after the colonial structures, after the apartheid. Yet we're still negotiating what the meaning of freedom is. And I think we believe that the African project must just be a memory of what was once there. But it must now become a mission for our generation to complete what remains undone. And this then speaks to the theme for the next 10 years under the African Union on reparations, and especially around the architecture of justice. Ideally, I have always believed strongly that if we do not confront the systematic inequalities and the current institutional architectures that continue to sustain or to bleed the colonial injustices, we will continue to reproduce the very injustices we claim to want to repair or be recompensated from. And to respond to what Dr. Dlamini Zuma had mentioned, of course, we see the enduring effects of slavery, the exploitations, and the colonial projects which we do widely acknowledge. But as the future, as the present, I think our key factors should look at repairing the persistent disparities of Africa's wealth. In His Excellency's opening statement, he brought out the key essence of how wealthy we are as a nation, and especially how education across the African continent remains unharnessed, even where free education may be present. In getting to peace, security, and especially the integrity of governance today, the state of our democracy, African societies indeed continue to face instability from the conflict zones that we're seeing from the four corners of our African continent to the governance crises, especially during electoral processes. But we're reminded that the root of that insecurity often lies with the people who feel powerlessness. They feel the inequality and especially being stifled. What I wish to really bring out as I head towards the end of this response is that in many of our African societies today, people seemingly are no longer debating about democracy's definition. they're beginning to actually question its existence. Because when power circles around and among the same hands, if the parliaments drift from the same people who took them to parliament, and when the institutions we are supposed to entrust lose the confidence of those who they serve, democracy indeed begins to hollow from within. And I believe that such questions from citizens are not any form of dissent, but they are questions out of the love of country, expressed through accountability. Matt Lamini had said, this is where we're seeing social contracts being under strain. And indeed, I must agree with her that true peace and security will not be born out of the strong arms and the muscles of our armies, but indeed from the legitimacy of these same institutions meant to serve and from the trust of the citizens. Kwame Nkrumah once indeed said that the struggle against colonialism doesn't end with independence. It merely shifts to the new arenas. And that must make us question where we are today. Today meaning 2025, where we are. And in closing, I bring on more of a clarion call for each generation. Each generation, be it the older generation, the younger generation. I believe in this quote that Ole says, each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. So are you fulfilling your generational mandate, or are you betraying it? For my generation, it's definitely and indeed a time to repair the bridge between power and people, between the ideas of Africa and the everyday life of an ordinary African, even in the most rural, remote parts of the continent. Ours indeed should continue to be confronting systems of exclusion, where the youth, where the women, where the PWDs aren't present on the table. We must find a way to revive their liberation to be present. Otherwise, we continue to wear the face of normalcy. And in concluding, my thoughts in response to the keynote address opened up to realize that a lot must indeed be done. But this won't be done if the gender agenda is not aligned with reparatory justice. And the gender agenda is not a woman's agenda. It's a men's agenda, it's a women's agenda, it's a boy's agenda, it's a girl's agenda. And when democracy will begin to deliver dignity, Africa, I believe, will have achieved its greatest act of reparation, the healing from within itself. And that includes the reforms to the systems that keep appearing in quieter ways. As I walk away, the problem of leadership is not a shortage of talent, especially in Africa, but will continue to remain the will. So the task before us should not be to create new leaders, but to awaken a new will. The will to listen, the will to include, and the will to act. I wish to thank you all, and thank you, Your Excellencies, for your powerful quote. Pan-Africanism must remain a lived experience. Thank you very much.
A further round of applause for our two young people. The voices of Africa's demographic dividend. Thank you. Now, we had said in terms of the program, we'll be closing now. We had not planned for there to be any debate in terms of the responses that have been made. However, the honorable guest of honor has graciously afforded us her time, which is very precious, to receive some reactions from the House at large. And Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament has also agreed that that be the case. So with that, I would like to hand over to Honorable Chief Charumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, to steer the debate of the platform.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to say it is unusual for dignitaries, VIPs, when they deliver an address, especially keynote address, to find themselves ready and available to listen to one or two follow-up clarifications or comments. 95% of leaders, when they address, they want to run away. They will give all sorts of excuses to say, no, look, I have this. But Excellency, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, when we said it's time for vote of thanks, because people are used to this, when you address as a high-level person, you want to leave. Now she said, but why are we moving to vote of thanks? I thought the people will have an opportunity to interact with me. That's what she said. And that's why we are in this phase now. If there are one or two people who may want to say one or two things to her before she leaves, I think that is the leadership that we look forward to. A leadership which does not only deliver and want to be heard, but the leadership wants also to hear from the people. So anyone with anything, if it is zero, good. We start from that blue dress. I saw that blue dress over there. It's blue, I believe.
Thank you, Excellency. Yes, correct. It is blue. Just like our African skies, sunny and shiny.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Mata Wohlahani. I'm just a medical officer working in the Free State Province in the public sector, but I also come from South African Women in Dialogue and a number of other Pan-African infrastructures. So mine is just a comment which leads to also part solution. If you remember, in 2014, there was a Ebola outbreak. And as a part of the response within the first week, we lost 8 of our friends during the early pandemic. So as medical students, we put monies together and we sent one of our own to go to Japan to inform the then World Medical Association president from Uganda, Dr. Margaret Mungarera, may her soul rest in peace, and informed her. And that was within the first week. She came back within that weekend. And that is how the Ebola outbreak became international news. Because we as Africans, we saw that there was a danger and we did not have to wait for international institutions to come and tell us how to operate and spread the word. Nonetheless, the rest is history. The reason I'm saying this is that sometimes when we are young activists, we put the act in activism. We don't want to become celebrity activists, and this is how we were, brought up to save our country. We have a lot of leaders that are out there in the background that are willing to give solutions. If I can just give also a current event that happened 2 weeks ago.
with the event in Sudan. Some of our colleagues, they got shipping containers and they were put underneath the ground so that they can deliver healthcare to the people in Sudan. So these are out-of-the-box solutions, but these are things that we are willing to do, not just as individuals, but also as Africans to help our own people. And also it is time for also, besides the civil society, but also for our governments to just think out the box and then come together and help our own people and leave the politics and get our people serviced. So as a way, in terms of a solution, we do have various international, continental institutions, infrastructures that are there, but also it's time for us to use our intellect, our intelligence, and our people. We've got global health experts on the continent. We've got people that have the intellectual capacity and the ability to give solutions on our own continent, and that is my solution. Thank you very much.
Yeah, a lot of interest here. So I think just stand up and tell us who you are and you move on. Yeah, in black and then in green.
Good afternoon. My name is Tato Mazwe Madibo. I am the co-founder and vice chairman of Amari, African Minds of Applied Research Institute. We are a youth-led, women-led, and majority people of color-led think tank here in South Africa. My question inverted into a form of action that I would like to bring here to the floor, and I will reiterate this week here in this room through the APRM Youth Symposium, is myself and my dear colleague here, the founder and vice chair of the ISP, is we have already started to create a founders block of young people from all different sectors, may it be commerce, may it be health, may it be think tanks or consulting firms, and to come together to discuss issues, to create reform and set these policies out to government and of course to this hereby body. What I'm asking, Your Excellencies, is for us to create this platform and bring it to the larger continent. We ask that we have an audience to discuss these frameworks and most importantly, these mechanisms to be enforced for all Africans as we have already addressed today. Clearly, we have already taken the action upon ourselves to collect ourselves, so that is already clear. But what we do require is a larger platform for us to articulate our issues and to bring a higher scope of our particular issues within policy. What tends to happen is that policies that talk about young people are spoken in the abstract. There aren't any young people who are actually sitting in these rooms. If they are young people, but they're in their late 30s or early 20s or late 20s. They're kind of astray from the youth concept. The youth concept must be people who are about to enter university, people who are just about to get into early career. That is young people. Young people who are looking for jobs, young people who are charismatic about learning. Those are the
Thank you. And young people who deliver within 2 minutes.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry, Chair.
Maybe in case there are others who want to take the floor on this issue of young people. In all fairness, Monday, sorry. Beginning Monday, this Monday, after tomorrow, Sunday. That's the 10th. In this very room, there's going to be a 2 days youth symposium. In case some of you may not know, please, you are all invited. For the youth, 2 days. Come and ventilate on Monday and Tuesday, come up with your recommendations. So you are invited, and you have mentioned it, that you are aware actually, that from Monday. The purpose of this opportunity was maybe in view of what Her Excellency said, you may want to seek clarification or confirm rather than to start a new discussion. Because we have a whole day today in terms of what we want to share. There is an opportunity in the next 6 hours. But is that Honorable Kalasingo Majimbo? Thank you.
Yes, Your Excellency. Indeed, it's Majimbo Kalasinga from Kenya. Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you, our chief guest. Actually, we are strongly encouraged. And as the president said, I think you, madam, you don't look like your age. You must have kept yourself well. That is good organization of yourself. We want to thank the civil society, Mr. President. Thank it very strongly from my country, Kenya. Because in the next 1 hour from now in my country, due to the work of the civil society, we are receiving back Njagi and Oyo, who were arrested and abducted in Uganda. This is a good pressure given to Kenya government and Uganda government. They have been released and they are landing in Jomo Kenyatta International Airport in the next 1 hour, received by the civil society. Thank you. They are going to be received by the civil society symbolism in the entire Africa. That is a good work. We must come back together and work together so strongly, Mr. President. It's the only thing that we can do. And remember, as a civil society, the tree of freedom is irrigated by blood, not water. So as we fight, let's fight knowing that consequences come to us, but we shall never give up. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Member of Parliament from Kenya. I represent Kapuchai constituency, western part of Kenya. Thank you, sir.
Fairness and balance.
Okay.
Sorry, is it possible in 1 minute, all those raising their hands, organize yourself properly and just speak for 1 minute? Yes, not another speech.
Thank you, and thank you, President. My one is just to say thank you to the former EU chair, and thank you for highlighting that, women need to be given space. It comes a point where you said we're asking for basic human rights, and comes a point where women will get tired of asking and actually then doing it for themselves, because now we're asking, but then eventually you get tired of keep on asking and nothing comes. You ask, nothing comes. So we're asking maybe that the civil societies that are involved, to be involved in their communities. Maybe people need to stop voting out of anger, voting out of hunger, and then voting out of excitement. So we need to be involved in what is happening in our country so that we take the politicians to account. Because if that does not happen, then we'll have more coups arising because people are tired. But thank you so much for saying that women need a place. And comes a point where if we're not given a chair, the chairs will have to be gone and everyone will remain standing and the table will be removed if no space is made. And because just like what is happening, I know this is not for Africa, but for the Taliban, the world kept quiet when the Taliban passed that law that women must not be seen or even speak in public, and the world remained silent. And we're glad that is not part of us, but who says that cannot happen if women, we keep on silencing them and we're not giving them a place on the table? Thank you.
2 days ago, we were in this room with women from all over the world on the issue of Beijing, last 30 years after Beijing. Where are we? Where are we? What have we achieved for women? Something akin to what you are. But you know what you should do? You mentioned a very critical point. Voting out of anger does not help anyone. I have seen people vote for a worse off leader just because they voted out of anger. And when you go back after 10 years, you say, how is the situation? You say, oh, from bad to worse. But you removed that one. Now I better he can come if he can come back. You don't vote out of anger. Let's be reasonable all the time. In red.
Afternoon, everyone. So Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, I wanted to check. My name is Kariso Khomani. I'm a founder of a non-profit organization called For the Youth by the Youth. So as an organization, we deal with two social issues in this country: employment for young people and educational programs for young people. So I wanted to check, how can we best collaborate with you to mentor young people to become greater leaders like you? Because most of our young people in this country, they lack leadership skills. So how can we partner with you to mentor young people? Because we have 61,000 young people in the organization across South Africa. So we'd love you to mentor them. Thank you.
I am picking people randomly. But why is it that I'm only falling on South African people in this room? I thought the others not one from South Africa. My random seems to be specific South Africa. I hope now I'll land on someone who is not necessarily from South Africa. Yeah, there's a woman hand there. Press your mic. Your mic. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Tolagele Nyati. From the University of Pretoria. Honorable Dr. Dlamini Zuma, I would like to highlight the plight of African migrant women in South Africa who face what we may call the triple burden of Black women. So as we advance the AU's agenda 2063 and the ideals of the Pan-Africanist unity, it is crucial that our migration and gender policies address these burdens that these women face in South Africa. Thank you.
I am still guilty of only landing on South Africans. I think South Africans now stop raising up your hand. The non-South Africans hands, please. Right, in red over there. Yes.
Thank you. I'm a human rights lawyer from Zimbabwe. I'm with Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights, and thank you, Dr. Zuma. I just wanted to solicit your comment because you are saying that the leaders are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And the chief, my honorable chief, said that the continent is very rich. Due to the theme of this year for the AU on reparations, I'm just thinking, are we going to achieve that reparations if we are going to continue to see the plunder of our continent by our friends from the East? Thank you. The Chinese.
Yeah. Yes.
My name is Dennis Rudasingwa. I'm from the neighbor in a global family. We look at the issues of refugees and migrants on our continent.
Which country?
Here in South Africa.
You are from
I'm
South
from
Africa?
Rwanda.
Okay.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about the issues of refugees on our continent and migrants. We have a number of refugees on our continent, and mostly when they are on our continent, they remain undocumented. And we have a number of them who die on the seas and oceans going to other continents. And most of them, of course, they became refugees because of our leaders that we have on our continent. So when you meet them, how do you address these issues to make sure that, because it's a shame that our continent remains the one that generates a big number of refugees globally. Some of them, when they go to other continents, they develop their talents. We have best soccer players in other fields, but on our continents, they spend many years. They had issues when they ran away from their countries. Even where they go, they just spend the rest of their lives dealing with documentation and whatever. So this parliament should look at how it solves these issues and to make sure that the people of this continent really contributes to its continent. We are talking about over millions, tens and more. So it's almost a country in itself. Thank you.
I think there's a hand here. Yes.
Thank you, Excellency, for giving me the floor. My name is Joel Kabuya. I'm from DRC, born and raised in the capital city, Kinshasa. I'm a law student first at Boston City campus here in South Africa. I am a delegate of Synergy of Young Africans for the consolidation of peace and security, in which we support the resolution adopted by the UN in 2015, Resolution 2250, as well as I'm the delegate of World Bank Group Youth Summit. My question is it aimed for Dr. Dlamini Zuma. I see she's planning to go back in Burkina Faso. As the former chairperson of the African Union, you have seen first-hand challenges African countries face in governance. How do you think African member states can further enhance political stability and reduce the frequency of unconstitutional changes of government, particularly in the Sahel region? Thank you.
I think one more so that we move on. I don't see any hand this side, so I'll give this.
Merci beaucoup. Je m'appelle Binta Sidibé Gascon.
Thank you very much. I'm Binta Sidibé Gaston from Burkina Faso. We heard a lot of things concerning Burkina Faso. I am the president of an observatory for human rights in the Sahel, and we all know the human rights situation in Sahel. I would like to ask Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, considering that she would be going to Ouagadougou, I think she has a chance to go to Burkina Faso. I come from Burkina Faso, but I am considered as persona non grata in Burkina Faso because of my stance. So, Chair, I would like you to extend this message to Captain Traore. We can love Sankara, we can support this revolution, but that's not the question. We should not accept what is unacceptable on our continent. In Burkina Faso, there were war crimes, crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing. And as a poll, many members of my family were executed by the Burkinabe army. My elder sister and her son on 19th May 2024. I give these examples because it's important you hear the testimonies for you not to say one day, I wasn't aware. I also give this testimony because no one likes to talk about their biological families when there is a war, but at times we are obliged to do so. When we criticize others, applaud a genocide. So I thought I should tell you, Madam, you need to have all information regarding Burkina Faso. I remain available to provide all the reports. Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, the observatory I work for has also written reports. Perhaps I would also like you to say a word on the issue of victims. There are many testimonies that talk about torture in the Ouaga 2000 neighborhood. That is just a stone's throw away from the presidential palace. And we have very severe scenes of torture there. The conditions of victims are inhumane. They are tortured and experience unimaginable things in Burkina Faso, whereas outside, people talk about propaganda of revolution.
Critical information. But if it goes on and on and on, maybe it can come at a later stage. For now, it was simply to clarify some issues with Excellency Dr. Dlamini Zuma. Yes, I know everybody's interested now in what you are saying. Everybody's interested in what you're saying. You are providing some very important dimensions to this gathering, but you are taking too much time. We need you to conclude so that we move next stage.
Microphone, please.
Je terminerai par ceci.
So I would conclude. As a woman, as you were saying, you would be in Ouagadougou in the days ahead. Considering gender-based violence perpetrated by those who are supposed to protect our population, Madam, I would like you to go through to visit these torture villas in Ouagadougou. I remain available to provide all necessary elements. I talk about Burkina Faso, my country, and I remain available to provide any information. Thank you.
I think we close at this stage. Other issues will come later during the day. Just my interest. You are now banned from Burkina Faso by which? The current regime or the previous?
Alors, je réside à...
I currently live in Paris, but for several reasons, I can no longer go to Burkina Faso. Many members of my family were executed because of my positions. Many people in this room with whom I'm working can testify because of my positions on TV saying Jeune Afrique, where I provide evidence of what the Burkinabe army does. They come into some areas and cleanse the polls. So for such reasons, I'm not able to go to Burkina Faso. Thank you.
It's clear that you may want 2 days with Her Excellency Dr. Lamine Zuma, but we close here and I give you the opportunity to respond.
Thank you very much. I'll start with the last comment. Yes, I'll be very happy to get, maybe if you give me a written information about what you are saying, I would be very happy to raise it where I can. Right? Because nobody wants people to be tortured. So give me the information, I'll be there, and I will check also what's happening. Because when I was there, I didn't see anything like that. So if I'd seen it, I would have raised my voice. And then there was also a question of how to reduce unconstitutionality. I think for me, if you listen to the people as a government and you are responsive to their needs, nobody will coup you. Because governments are there. The reason governments are there is not for themselves, it's for the people. So if you do right by the people, there will be no problem. But if you don't do right by the people, then there is a problem. Kids must go to school. Agenda 2063 says there must be a skills revolution in this continent. Because some of the kids who are unemployed are unemployable because they have no skill. So a skills revolution is very important. Every young person must have a skill because the economies of today need skills. So I think part of our responsibility is to make sure that things that are agreed in Addis are implemented in our own countries. Because if we don't hold our governments accountable, then the things will not happen. We must be saying, why are we not having a skills revolution in every country on the continent, so that young people who are crossing the Sahel looking for greener pastures don't have to do that? Because if you are skilled, you can get a job or you can create jobs. We must encourage young people to be entrepreneurs. There is an Africa Continental Free Trade area. That Africa Continental Free Trade is to ensure that Africans trade amongst themselves. And even there is a Pan-African payment system. Only 17 countries have joined it. Why are others not joining it? They still want to pay in dollars. So it's up to us, civil society, to question those things. There is a protocol agreed by heads of state on free movement of people, because we are a continent, we are Africans. And we must stop thinking we're South Africans, we're Nigerians, we're Zimbabweans, we're Africans. We're just born in different places of Africa. There is a protocol on free movement of people, which means allows people to move freely on the continent. But only 4 countries have rectified it. Have you asked your countries if they've rectified? And if not, are you putting pressure on them to rectify that protocol? It needs 15 countries at least to come into effect. But only 4, the last time I checked, were only 4. Not even mine has rectified it. So I think let's follow what heads of state are agreeing in Addis and see if they are implementing it in the countries. Gender-based violence. We held here, when I was Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, we had a conference on positive masculinity. And from that conference, it was agreed that there must be a convention. And the convention has been agreed. How many countries have rectified that convention? It's there. Okay. That deals with gender-based violence. But it's not rectified by many countries. So let's hold our governments accountable. Let's also, as civil society, inform the public what agreements are there that should be implemented. The refugees, I think I've spoken to the issue of people crossing the Sahel, dying there, crossing the Mediterranean, because they don't have skills to create jobs or to get jobs. But also we as the continent are not industrializing so that we can employ a lot of our young people. Even the Africa Continental Free Trade won't work if we don't industrialize. So these are all the things that we should be talking about in this parliament and outside this parliament. So that, because they are not, for me, I think we don't need any more policies in the AU. We just need implementation at the member state level. What was the other one? The migrants, the women migrants. You know, it's such a pity that countries, including this one, we call Africans foreign nationals on their continent. And we call people who come from outside the continent tourists or investors or something. I think we really need to understand that we are Africans. And there is no country on this continent that can be an island of prosperity in a sea of poverty. Our fortunes are intertwined. We won't develop, no part of Africa will develop if it thinks it can develop alone without the continent. So I think we should look at that issue and see how we can improve it. But the issue of free movement of people, we must just get our countries to ratify. Look at Zambia, Namibia, and Botswana. They don't need passports to go across the 3 countries. Why can't that happen across the continent? In Rwanda, you need a passport, but you don't need a visa. You get it there. And Rwanda is one of the smallest countries, but they allow anyone who carries an African passport to come, arrive, and they get a visa on arrival. So, which shows that there's no reason that we should not be allowing. Ghana is also is one of the countries that is allowing. Seychelles is one of them. So I think we should agitate and not think there is a country that's better than others, so we don't want other Africans to come here. There's nothing like that. We should just welcome Africans. You know, when there was a problem here in 2014, I called and I said, okay, if you are doing that to Africans there, what should they be doing to me here? Because I was not here, I was in another part of the continent. Should they be doing the same to me here? And then they said, oh, then occurred to them that South African people who are born in South Africa also go to other parts of the continent and they get treated okay. So I think the other things were comments which I agree with. I don't think there's a question I haven't answered. The others, as I say, were comments, and even the respondents, I agree with most of the things they said, with almost everything they said. They didn't ask questions, they added to what I had said. But I think what I would like to say to the Pan-African Parliament is that what you are doing is good, but maybe you should have a structured thing to say, we have a youth track, as you are having on Monday, we have a women's track every year. We have a health track, we have, and just put some of the issues that are problematic on the continent. And maybe even this thing of migrants, maybe you should also debate it here. So put different tracks and just every year have know that there'll be a youth track, there'll be a women's track, there'll be a health track, there'll be an education track, there'll be whatever. It's just advice which you can take or reject. Because I think the Pan-African Parliament, if it does this more often, and also you must, and we must, together with you, all of us, encourage more people to come to these debates, but also ensure that those who can watch them on YouTube are aware, so that there is more people who are aware of what the Pan-African Parliament is doing. But I also think the Pan-African Parliament on the issue of reparations should ensure that national parliaments and regional parliaments also debate this matter so that they can take it up. It shouldn't end only here. And I think all of us should then go out and spread the word about everything that we gets discussed here. I think, unless there's someone who says I didn't answer the question. Somebody talked about, I like what he said, a bridge between power and people. Who is that bridge between power and people? It's civil society. I may be wrong, but civil society must be that bridge, but Pan-African Parliament must also be that bridge. And citizens' information must flow freely among citizens, because if citizens are informed, they are able to relate, to respond, and maybe not ban something because they don't know. Because if you are informed, you are likely to do things. But if you don't know and you see things happening, but you don't understand what's going on, then you get agitated, even when you shouldn't be. And I don't think anyone should silence the voices of citizens, because somebody raised that. Because if you are a government or in power, if you silence the voices, how are you going to know what people want and what people need? You must always be ready to listen to the people so that you can be responsive to what they say. So I really don't think any serious government silences the voices of the people unless they are not serious. I think, and also parliamentarians, that's why they have constituencies, because part of their responsibility is to bring information to their constituencies about everything that's happening in government and in parliament. But not only bring information, but also take what the citizens say back to parliament or to government. I think young people should not be demanding inclusion. It should be automatic that they should be included, really. Well, the population is young and old. How do you exclude part of the population? So I think we shouldn't really be asking for inclusion. It should be automatic that you are part of everything that happens. If not, then obviously we should demand it, as you are saying. But we should not wait until young people or women demand inclusion. Okay, I think I've tried to respond to the questions that were asked. Yeah, I agree. Human beings must be at the center of what governments do. I think our president, I've tried to answer the questions, and I accept the comments. And I think the plunder of our resources must just stop, really. It must just stop. We must demand that it stops. Our resources must be beneficiated here and go out beneficiated. If you sell raw, we are a price taker, not a price caller. Thank you.
Indeed, this conference has started on a very high note. And I think we will keep flying at that level. I did not have questions directed to me, but I can join on one or two. You know, civil society, one thing you may want to know is that what we call member states of the African Union, of which Excellency here chaired the AUC side of it. A lot of protocols, very progressive protocols, being agreements or conventions. Member states gather like this and they even sign, because there are several steps before that protocol comes into force. First of all, you sign. So maybe out of 55, 45, or even 50, all of them, they sign. Now, when you sign, the next stage is you ratify. Signing is a sign of willingness, you accept this thing. Then you go back to your country to have that ratified, usually through parliament, meaning you ask your people that I signed this when I was in Addis Ababa. We thought it was good for the country. Can we ratify it? In about 80% of the cases, after signing, member states don't go to ratify. Yet for that to be in force, it's not about signings, about ratifications. So they will say for this one to come into force, it needs 28 signatures, also ratifications. Then you find 4 or 6, yet they signed in Addis. But when they get back home, they keep quiet. I think civil society can have a very important role there to follow up on which, and you can get that information through PAP, Pan-African Parliament. Your country may not give you everything, or Addis. You will find out which agreements on women and the free movement of people your country has signed, but they are now reluctant to ratify. Why? Heads of state, for that matter, you sign. But when you get back home, you develop cold feet. So the civil society should raise these issues in their own countries. Say, but why are you not ratifying? I just wanted to make that the free movement of people, please, you all travel. Africa, why are we condemning ourselves to the worst of everything? You have traveled in Europe, you know that. Once you enter, whether through Paris or through London or London, then you can travel like you are in your country. You don't have to go through immigration again. Once it's done in one, you can go to almost everywhere. They don't ask you, because usually, when I enter this country, I have to go through immigration. No, it's done. You did it in Paris. Now you are in Geneva, no problem. Just like you are traveling from one city to another in your country. I think these are issues that in civil society, let's work together. And thank you very much, Excellency. We are trying, the youth track, women's track. Thank you.
Let's add one thing. Do you know that in 2016, at the summit in Rwanda, an African passport was launched? There's an African passport. Yes. And countries, it was agreed that because the AU does not have the population register of everyone, then each country has the responsibility to issue the African passport. It will say African passport issued in South Africa. But countries are not issuing that passport, because if you are using that passport, you can go freely everywhere. It was launched, the African passport. It's not a story, it was launched. So if we don't hold our governments accountable, then we will be crying about all these things. Everything is there for free movement. There is a protocol, there is a passport, African passport. So let's also play our part. Thank you.
Play your part, find out if your country has ratified. Sign, yes, ratified. all these protocols, like the African Court of Justice. There's a court for Africa. If you go to your own national highest court and you are not happy, you can go to the African court. But currently, I think only 6 countries have ratified that protocol. The rest are reluctant. They don't want their citizens to take issues up to the African court. Yet the same countries in Africa will go to the International Court of Justice, but they don't have the African court recognized. This visa issue, I'm trying also to provoke you, civil society. You know, there are people in America, when they come to Africa, most countries, they don't need a visa. If you are, they don't need to any country. No, they just land. They don't need visas. But if you travel yourself to another country within Africa, you need a visa. When people from Europe and America just come here, don't need visas. That is the problem with Africa. And you need to make noise also on that one. But I want to say, Your Excellency, thank you for the encouragement that Pan-African Parliament should even work even much harder and open more spaces. The youth, annually, we do have a symposium. Women, annually, symposium. Every diaspora, sometimes we skip after 2 or 3 years for diaspora, but we have been holding such conferences here. Migrant labor, very important. We actually were almost done with a model law on labor migration. Model law on labor migration. If you want to see, we can have a copy if you like, the clerk can organize to share with a soft copy of that, so that we have actually come up with that this week. This is this past week now. Was it on Thursday? On Thursday, 2 days ago, Pan-African Parliament passed a model law on labor migration. And on health, education, I think last year we had a big conference in this on issue of education on the continent. And the issue is, all these universities, we have 55 countries of all universities, but they produce nothing in terms of innovation. Nothing. Everything about innovation is coming from somewhere else, not from our continent. What's the problem with all these faculties, with all these professors on the continent? We never hear of something in Africa coming up in the medical field during COVID. You see how we're really exposed. We had to buy from outside Africa, everything. So education is very critical. I think on this note, I should say, we are done. Madam Clerk, I think we are done with this first part of this big conference. In fact, we are lucky. Initially, Excellency Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma was only going to be with us up to 10 a.m. and leave. That was the original agreement. But seeing people like you, she decided to change the program and stay until now. We need to clap for that. We need to show that, yes, we show appreciation. Please remain a leader of the people, well connected. But you will allow her that after this phase, I think the clerk will announce after the photo session, everything, look, will allow her to proceed for other business. Madam Clerk.
I think we'll all agree that that was a very tone-setting opening ceremony, which we are now bringing to an end, with also very concrete action points for consideration by civil society after the break. In the meantime, I must acknowledge the arrival of the Honorable First Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Fatimata Habib, as well as Honorable Jida, the fourth Vice President, and they're both in the room and will join the high table after the break.
People have not seen where they are.
They're in the front row.
Yes.
Front.
You can ask them to greet. But just to greet. Just to greet.
Please, Honorable First Vice President and Fourth Vice President, the floor is yours from where you are seated to greet the delegates.
Just to greet.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I would like to thank, obviously, and particularly Dr. Dlamini Zuma and the whole of the society as well, and dear colleagues. I would like to also wish you for this session a fruitful time, and that we can have also fruitful recommendations afterwards. I think that the civil society plays a very important role in order to keep the pressure on our political elites, and in order to be able to ratify certain conventions, certain laws, certain rules, and to emancipate also, help with the emancipation of the country as well. So thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. My name is Dida Mohad Mahamamar, and I'm the fourth Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. I would like to thank all those on stage at the moment for having taken the initiative to have invited the civil society to come and work with us and parliamentaries. Mr. President, I think you should know that civil societies are those who are in contact with the youth, with women at the continental level, at the national level, and we have a certain distance from them. We are supposed to work in accordance with them and in hand with them in order to have an influence on the base. And I think that as African citizens, we have to know exactly what is working, is there access to healthcare, is there access to security. I think that civil societies are there to help accompany us in that regard. And I would like to thank them all for being here, thank them for their courage, and hope that we can always work together. It will not be the first or the last time. Thank you, Mr. President.
You want me to work with them, with the youth, if they can get in touch with me before I leave. Thank
you. And the one from Burkina Faso, the lady from yes. Okay, are you here on Monday, Burkina Faso? Switch off your mic. Burkina Faso on Monday for the youth. Are you here on Monday? Are you here on Monday?
Oui, je suis là.
Oui.
Yes, I'm here on Monday. Yes.
So give you the contacts and everything. Bring your reports, documents, and give you on Monday in this room. Okay? Is it okay?
Lundi d'être.
Yes, Monday to be in this hall to give you the documents myself. Is it not possible for me to send it by email?
In English, because I won't be able to read it in French. Thank you.
Très bien, merci.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much.
The address. You will get the email address. Thank you.
Oui.
Madame Clark.
Très bien, merci.
Very well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we are now going to break. The lunch and the tea break are going to be very close to each other. But for now, we will exit the chamber, all of us, exit the foyer, and on the right, on the lawn, we are going to take a family photo of all of us. Thereafter, we will return to the foyer, and for 15 minutes only, have our tea, come back. After the break, we will have the reflections that are on the program, and then we will break for lunch. So I think now, in an orderly fashion and with great speed, to the photo sites for the picture. Thank you.
Yeah, when the mic is on. Eh? Yeah. Mm. But I regar ka kabule la dit so wadanki. Yeah.
My best friend, I'm also very intentional with my friendships. Eh? I can't just, and also I can't work. This was last night. Work will
Oh.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I would like to call the hall to order. I would like to call the hall to order. If we could all take our seats. We're indeed running behind time, and we will need to move with speed. We do apologize once again for the delays. We were trying to manage the scheduling of the Parliament's exigencies for this afternoon. Now, I have one announcement to make before we go into the next session, and that is by direction of Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament. All members of Parliament and all members of joint bureaucracies should remain in this chamber to continue the debate with civil society. There is a scheduled meeting elsewhere, but the President requests all bureaucracies to remain here, and there will be a notification on the modalities for how that meeting will be rescheduled. Having said that, we would now move to the next session, which is reflections and follow-up from the previous dialogue, which is the second dialogue between civil society and the Pan-African Parliament. And I will be moderating this panel. In terms of the substantive presentation, I would like Mr. Jagan Gray-Johnson, Advocacy Advisor and Liaison Officer to Pan-African Institutions, to join me here and assume his seat behind one of the flags marked expert. If you could come forward, please. I would also like to, announce that the President has nominated Honorable Fatoumata Njai, MP from the Gambia, to facilitate and lead this panel. So to assume her seat behind the flag of the President. Let's clap as she comes forward. Thank you. Okay, so the panel is on reflections and follow-up from the previous dialogue. And Mr. Gray-Johnson will make a presentation of not more than 12 minutes, highlighting those key outcomes. And then Honorable Njai will invite and lead the debate of members that wish to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Dindiwe Kumalo, the Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Fatoumata Njai, who's representing the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Pan-African parliamentarians that are here present, dear colleagues. My name is Jagan Gray-Johnson, and I'm with the Open Society Foundations. I've been given a task to read out some of your key recommendations and some of your priorities that emanated from the last two civil society meetings that we had. Now, I'm going to do this in 12 minutes or less, and I'm going to do it in three parts. The first part will focus on just to give you context, we'll focus on the mandate and the aspiration of the Pan-African Parliament. I know that the Honorable President talked about it a little bit. Honorable Tumanjai also talked about it a little bit today, but I'd like us to basically just give you that context so you'll be able to at least gauge for yourselves in terms of whether the aspiration and the actual reality and the gap between the two and what we need to do in terms of challenges to be able to meet that gap. And then secondly, also, I'll talk about the challenges. And then finally, just the as we've seen it. Let me start off by saying that we are, in 2025, we're facing a set of milestones as Africans, and especially for our institutions. The first thing is that on the 18th of March this year, the Pan-African Parliament turned 21. And for a lot of us, 21 is a coming of age. It's a time of maturity. It is a time of expectation. It is a time of responsibility. Secondly, also in 2025, the 21st G20 summit takes place here in South Africa, and it's the first time on African soil, which speaks to Africa's Global Voice Agenda, which is part of one of the pillars of Agenda 23. Interestingly enough, Agenda 23 was actually led and birthed by no other than Madam Zuma, who was our guest speaker here today when she had taken over as the first woman chairperson of the African Union. This year is also the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, at a time when multilateralism is being turned on its head, at a time when issues of international cooperation, international justice, the global world order is being disrupted by no other than what we'd like to think to be the greatest democracy on earth, quote unquote, the United States of America. The issues about global North domination over the global South is probably not more pronounced now than ever before. And as we're beginning to see an emergence of something that we'd like to refer to now as minilateralism, the rise of the middle power countries and Africa's role in that. So having seen all of these issues and the fact that Africa is dealing with a polycrisis as things stand now, and with the Pan-African Parliament turning 21 as we move forward, to basically expect more from it, knowing fully well that the mandate that it had was threefold. One was the collective cooperation and integration of the African continent. Secondly was to promote the principles of human rights and good governance, understood on its broadest terms, and to assist the other African Union organs in the implementation of policies and objectives of the African Union, and basically to also foster the people-to-people conversation and the solidarity that we will elevate as young people, as women, as African citizens, to ensure that our priorities are at the apex of some of these Pan-African institutions that we are supposed to engage with. Overall, I think certainly over these years, the Pan-African Parliament has done well. It's done a lot. It has put together its own rules of procedure. It has gone through no less than at least, 5 bureaus now, that we are told. It has basically put together over 35 recommendations, 48 resolutions, 18 fact-finding missions, 8 election observation missions, and I say 8 when it was independently doing that on its own and was not forced to join forces with the AU election observer missions, as we know it, in Addis to do that kind of a work. And also it has established the Pan-African parliamentarians in the APRM. So that's a wonderful thing. But the reality is that also, as things stand, and I want to bear, this is the second part of my presentation, to bear this in mind. Whilst we are expecting the Pan-African Parliament to deliver for the African citizens, we also have to realize that there are certain bottlenecks that actually prevents it from delivering at optimal level. And the first thing is that we need to ask ourselves the question, if the Pan-African Parliament's job is to promote democracy, regional integration, and prevent conflict, the question then means that why do we have 7 countries that have been suspended from the African Union because they are being led by military juntas? Why is the democracy project being second-guessed? Today, what happened in the chamber this morning when Madam Zuma actually says that she supports a good revolution, whilst I don't disagree with it, nor do I agree with that, that would have been unconscionable during her tenure as the chairperson of the African Union Commission, especially given the fact that the African Charter, Democracy and Elections is extremely, extremely clear on the stance that Pan-African institutions and government should take against the principles of unconstitutional changes of government. So that tells you that the narrative is shifting. And the question is, why is that happening if we're saying that we have a strong and effective Pan-African Parliament? The final point I wanted to make is that the Pan-African Parliament, when it was thought of and when it came into being in 2004, it was given 5 years to transform itself from a consultative to a legislative body. We are now in 2025. And although we've got something we call the Malabo Protocol, out of which we're still struggling to bring that into force because we have not received the required ratifications for that to happen. And then the question remains why. So part of the asks, and this is the last part of my presentation. So part of the asks when we met here in what is termed as the second civil society dialogue with the Pan-African Parliament. And I need to be clear because my sister Acheng and my other sister Jana reminded me, and they're so right, that this is not necessarily 100% accurate that this is the second time that we are meeting. We've met many, many times before, but this is the second time that we are meeting within the confines of the Midrand facility, ably headed by Bonolo and the Center for Human Rights. So within that context, there were a couple of things that you had asked the Pan-African Parliament to focus on. And these are the top line items. One was strengthening the mechanisms and engagement with civil society. And I think within that, you had said that there need to be a formalization to institutionalize the operationalization of the civil society organization and provide clear guidance on how CSOs can effectively engage with the PAP. The second thing that you talked about was the issue of access to information and visibility of the Pan-African Parliament. And I think this is something else that we had talked about early on this evening, this morning, so I wouldn't get into details on that specifically. Then there was the issue, again, that you talked about that you wanted to see resolved, which was this issue on the ratification of the Free Movement Protocol. Madam Zuma talked about that passport, the African passport, but the freedom of movement is guaranteed. There's more to a freedom of movement than just a passport. The reality is that member states, only 4 member states have bothered to ratify the African Charter. The Protocol on the Freedom of Movement. Meanwhile, the African Free Trade Agreement has been ratified almost universally by over 46 or 48 member states. And the thinking is that the freedom of trade is going to unlock Africa's future and is also going to accelerate our regional integration imperatives, forgetting that goods don't move themselves, services don't move themselves, it's people that actually make things tick. So as a result, you had said that you wanted this ratification, and we are hoping that the Pan-African Parliament will take heed and take this forward. The other thing was the issue of peace and security. And here you had said that you wanted the PAP to take a firm stance on conflict prevention and resolution, and then the PAP should call on member states and the African Union to take appropriate steps to prevent, mitigate, manage, and resolve conflicts and humanitarian crises in the Sudan and Africa as a whole. And I think it is timely that we also talk about the lack of so-called proper and strategic engagement in conflicts such as not only Eastern DRC, but seemingly now the scar on Africa's conscience, which is Sudan. What is happening in that country is absolutely unacceptable. The fact that the African Union Peace and Security Council had actually instructed the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to put together a fact-finding mission, which they did, and I'm sure that most of you aren't aware of it. I'm sure that a lot of the parliamentarians aren't also aware of this. The report was launched 2 weeks ago in Banjul, and it confirmed everything that people had suspected and witnesses had talked about. But also what it confirmed, what a lot of us aren't paying attention to, the fact that the roles of externals are basically fueling the war through various elements, whether it's through illicit resource flows or whether it's through illicit arms, etc. And the Pan-African Parliament has, I think, a duty to now take that leadership role and lean on the leadership of the Assembly of the Heads of State to call out these disruptive actors in Sudan. The other problem also in Sudan is the fact that the United Nations, the OCHR, has actually undermined the notion of Africa's global voice and Africa's agency in the Sudan by virtue of the fact that they have chosen not to engage on the Addis Ababa roadmap, which actually compels them to work with the human rights institutions on this African continent, primarily the African Commission on Human Rights and People's Rights, to be able to take matters forward, leverage resources, amplify our voice, and basically strengthen agency. Because what is happening in Sudan is on African soil, it's on African territory, and it's African people that are primarily dying, mainly women and children, in this particular disaster that is happening in that country. And as a result, we are seeing that there's a heightened level of non-cooperation by OHCR to basically work with the Commission and help them execute their mandate. So I hope that the Pan-African Parliament will be able to take some of these things forward. And then finally, the own decisions that the AU has made to say that the fact-finding mission should be granted access to the neighboring states that are actually holding and sheltering the refugees from Sudan has been met with largely non-cooperation or just complete sidelining or ignoring any note verbals that have been put forward to them. And as a result, we're hoping that the Pan-African parliamentarians will be able to lean on their own peers, whether it's from Uganda, whether it's from South Sudan, whether it's from Egypt, whether it's from Ethiopia, Chad in this instance, to basically allow the FFM to execute its mandate as they move forward. I'll make one final point. In terms of the model laws and civil society contributing to the Pan-African Parliament, what we bring to the table, and this is for the parliamentarians that are in the room, what we bring to the table is not confrontation and it's not conflict and it's not even disruption. I think what we bring to the table as African citizens primarily, first and foremost, but more importantly as specialists, as expert subject matters in various thematic focus areas, is the fact that we are Africans, we generate knowledge from an African perspective, and we are hoping that institutions like these could be an incubator of knowledge to be able to shape policy options so that we can have the best policy direction in determining what Africa's priorities should be as we move it forward. I think gone are the days now whereby policies are determined for us outside of this continent, and as a result, they're basically handed over to us piecemeal, and then we take it for granted without asking questions on the veracity and the credibility of such data that comes forward, or even such empirical evidence that comes forward. So each and every one of us, young or old, men or women that are here in this room, to the Pan-African parliamentarians, they should be seen as a strategic asset in terms of knowledge generation, in terms of data mining, in terms of engaging with new technology, in terms of also even resourcing, because some of us are grant makers, to be able to support this Pan-African Parliament to be able to deliver on its mandate. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Gray Johnson, for making that presentation and doing so in a relatively short time and yet making very profound contributions to the discussion that we are having. Just two or three points that I thought stood out before I hand over to Honorable Fatoumata to lead the discussion. The first point is Mr. Gray Johnson has exhorted us to look at the relationship between civil society and the Pan-African Parliament or parliamentarians, not as a conflictual relationship, but a symbiotic relationship and a mutually reinforcing one. I thought that was important because it sets the tone for this bilateral engagement between members of parliament and civil society. He has reinforced, secondly, the people-centered nature of this parliament, that it is the voice of the people, it is here to represent the people of Africa, it is also here to accelerate the rate of domestication of continental instruments for the African Union, but mentions that the parliament, the Pan-African Parliament, is limited in its capacity to do so because of the non-ratification of the Malabo Protocol, which would otherwise give this parliament the authority to legislate for the continent. Now, he also has raised a number of critical and provocative questions that invite us to look at two aspects: how the Pan-African Parliament can better, in its operations and its mechanisms, support civil society to get key messages out and to foster advocacy and even the ratification of instruments. But also, he has also asked us to look at the extent to which both civil society, MPs, the Fourth Estate, and everyone concerned that is outside executive government can better impact the advancement and development of human rights, governance, and development on the African continent. Finally, he has reflected on what he calls a shifting narrative for Africa. And the question for all of us is Africa stuck in one narrative of how Africa moves forward? Should Africa constantly review and reflect on its positions on various aspects, leading to the Africa that we all want? So I think I'll leave you with those thoughts and invite Honorable Fatoumata to lead the debate. Just one other thing. There is a registration form for those that wish to take the floor. Some have already registered. I see that they are mostly members of civil society. So if there are MPs also that wish to take the floor, if the ushers could, if there are MPs that wish to take the floor, they may do so. Honorable Fatoumata, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Khumalo, and to my dear brother Jagan. That was an excellent presentation. It gives us a real reflection of the relationship that we expect with the civil society as representatives of the people. I would be proud to say that we are sitting here today looking at how the OAU transcended to the AU and how the Pan-Africa Parliament came into being. We are looking at from 1945 to date. The OAU would have been 80, a retiree for that matter, and PAP coming out of age at 21. So we are looking at two different aspects of our lives, one retiring, the other coming at age. And I think that is the reality in our continent. We are looking at how the Gen Zs are resisting leadership from what I call the geriatric era of leadership, because that is what I have seen. I have seen in Cameroon a 90-year-old. I have seen in Nigeria, and even from my country, we have a young leader, but we have a leader from the opposition who's nearly in his 80s, still contesting for elections. So I think we need to discuss those things. So without taking much of your time, I will open the floor for debate. Like Madam Kamalo have mentioned, some have registered, but we also expect members of parliament to also give us their views in this. So without much ado, I will call the first person from South Africa, Zine Magadlela, to take the floor. Thank you.
Please take the floor from where you are. Yeah, because of time. Thank you.
Take the floor and make contributions from where you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to greet everyone in the House today, starting with the clerk of the House, as well as Honorable Patimata. Thank you so much for your contributions. My speech today is really speaking to the distrust and the growing eroding of trust from the young people. I think it's quite important that we ensure that in order for us to see trust growing back in our democracy, we need to include young people by giving us legitimacy, number one, but also institutionalizing young people. If majority of people are young people in a country, it does not make sense for our voices to not be represented. So I think my contribution is to say that young people are calling for institutionalization and legitimization in participating in the democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take some more contributions before we respond to your issues. I will give it to Zukisa Magadla. I'm sorry if I pronounce your name wrong, but you can take the floor from where you are sitting. Thank you. Zukisa Magadla, from the Director of Non-Profit Organizations, South Africa. Okay, if she's not...
Okay. Hello, madam. Hello. From our point of view, we like to say that those old leaders, it's the time to take a step to give her the experience, not just to stay there without giving a way to the youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you done? Thank you so much. I call on Joel Kabuya from the DRC.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the floor, for giving me the floor. My name is Joel Kabuya. Okay, I've nothing much to say, but my recommendation will be to create a platform for the youth, like a Pan-African Parliament Youth, I don't know, summit or something like that, so that youth can have a voice or a platform to surrender their problems and solutions to respond to the African issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I wouldn't say that is not much to say. That is a lot because the youths form the majority in our continent. So I think what you are asking is well deserving and it will be taken into consideration. So can I get Prudence Ngawana, a delegate from South Africa, please? Thank you. Prudence in the room? Thank you. Then we can proceed to Thabo Halila,
Thank
also
you very
from
much.
South Africa.
And good afternoon to the House at large. I am Thabo Halila, a representative from Rethink Economics for Africa. And basically my question, so far my contribution comes in the form of a question where I'd like to know if we're currently seeing a democracy backslide in the continent, with already 7 members being suspended from this organ, and also how can this organ ensure that the member states actually can find some sort of agreement in terms of governance systems and how to run governments properly? That's my question so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brilliant question indeed. Can I now have advised Chima, chairperson? Thank you.
All right. No, thank you so much. I think on my end now, I will be covered by my good brother there who mentioned that he don't have a lot to say, but in suggesting and recommending that it will be great if maybe there is a formalized institution like this one, but specifically that will be the young people, you know, so maybe young people in their discussion in this kind of settings, and then they will put forward to this parliament. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Like I said, it will be addressed. So I give the floor now to the founder of Farmship, Ingela Galedzana. Thank you.
Good day to you all. My contribution would be based on the first speaker also. But when we speak of the intergenerational conversation, can we then also add the children, those that are within school bases? Because the reality is that children who are in schools are actually affected by a lot that we speak about in parliament, policies that we make, and everything actually basically that we discuss within forums like this. So I think the intergenerational conversation should include them.
Thank you. Can I now have Dennis Duda Singwa, the director, the neighbor in a global family from Rwanda. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mine, I want just to contribute, continuing on what I had said before, but Dr. Zuma did not tackle it very well. She just focused on the migrants, but my question was much focusing on refugees.
Can you repeat on?
Pardon? Yeah, I want to continue what I said on refugees, because Dr. Zuma just touched on the migrants, but she did not touch really deep on refugees, which is affecting this continent very much. Me, myself, I was born as a refugee in Uganda to Rwandans who had fled Rwanda in 1959. It's quite shocking to see that even to this day, this continent is really suffering from generating huge number of refugees, internally and externally. This continent exports many people, refugees, to Europe, to US, when you look at the people who are dying in the ocean, freeing, many they come from this continent. And before they go there because we on this continent, we have failed them. Because before they decided to go to the ocean and seas, and they first go through African countries. But when they pass there, either they can't be documented, they can spend the rest of their lives, they will be refugees forever until, because for us, like a history of ours, we lived in Uganda, my parents, for 30 years. Until when there was opportunity to go back, they were still refugees. So how does, my suggestion is, there should be a way of this continent to give opportunity to people, either who can't live in their countries, to have a lasting solution on the continent, because it happens. Some who goes to other continents, actually, they for some years they become citizens, they get other opportunities, but on this continent it's very rare. So that, and as I said, we are talking about millions, approximately 10 and beyond.
Thank you. I think I get your point now.
Yeah.
We'll give you a befitting response. Thank you so much.
Okay.
The floor to the distinguished Honorable Caroline from Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Allow me to appreciate our presenter today and being open, especially. We have laws and policies in our countries, in our continent, but I think the most challenging thing is implementation. You see, whoever is presenting, especially youth, they are talking about being given opportunity, including them in programs. Yes, I agree with you. It is not only youth, even women, but the most challenge we have in Africa is leaders who are out there. They do not want to involve youth, young people, give them a chance. I can talk about, sometimes when you're talking about democracy, I don't understand. There are countries where you go and you find, yes, democracy, it is supposed to be, in place and so much. But when you go to look whatever is happening, you feel there is no democracy. I've traveled in different countries as an election observer. People don't want to say the truth. Someone is almost 100, he's in that chair, he does not want to give any other young person an opportunity. People don't want to speak the truth. Women are not involved. Youth are not involved. Even when you ask, there is a country where I went and I was really shocked. I asked, now, why is it that we are doing all this? We already know the candidate who is going to go through. So I think it is high time the youth who are here, believe in yourself, fight for your rights. Women, there are countries where women are not even allowed to be involved in politics. They are not allowed to vote. They are not anywhere close to what they want. I think the most important thing is to believe in yourself, fight for your rights. You talked about trade. There are countries in Africa, getting a visa, it's a tug of war. So how are we supposed to really move on? I think it's high time we speak the truth and fight for our rights. Lastly, we make reports, send everything to you, to AU. I ask myself, what happens? We need to really, as leaders, push for our continent and stop coming here, talk, then at the end of the day, we do not implement, which is so bad and hurting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We appreciate all the interventions. I have a lot more here, but we'll have to do it in the next session with your kind permission, Madam Clerk. I would answer to some of the concerns of the participants because they are all very important to us, especially the one involving the youths in what we do. This is why, like the Honorable President mentioned earlier, Every year, at least once, we have a symposium for the youths, and we are having one on Monday and Tuesday, and we are urging all the youths that are interested to come, voice out their concerns so that we can take them to our respective countries. The Pan-Africa Parliament, unfortunately, we are a deliberative parliament, but we do not make laws. But we go back to our respective countries to ensure that your concerns are addressed and made into relevant policies and also into good laws that will progress our continent. Noting that the youths are not given platforms, but we try. In my parliament, for example, 80% of the members are young people, and we endeavor to create platform for youth. And in relation to your questions about refugees, we are very concerned about refugees as a continent, and we are also more concerned about the movement of our youth using the back way to go into the European or other continents, which is a result, and I would say a direct result, of the bad leadership in our continent, because we have all the resources, the human resources, the natural resources, but due to lack of good leadership and the respect for the rule of laws by our own leaders, leaders that you and I elect to lead us, that is why we are losing the majority of our youths in this back way. Like I always say in my constituency, because I am from an island, my constituency is an island. So we grow up understanding the sea, the Atlantic. So we are not afraid of it. So for us to go into that peril journey is just like normal to us, and we end up dying. So what I tell them, they do not want to die. They want to go and make use of their lives that they see as wasteful in our continent. And I think as leaders in this continent, we need to address that. Regarding distrust, it is a very difficult question to answer, because trust should be earned. And since independence, I think we are yearning trust from our leaders, but we have now seen the Gen Zs emerging, demanding trust by force. And I think if you are not given it, demand for it. And I think that is the way it is going now. And hopefully it would be given by asking for it by force. And children in schools, it's disheartening to see in some of our countries that children are not even going to school. Even when they go to school, they end up coming out as semi-illiterates because our countries are not investing what is needed to educate our own children. We need to educate our lawyers. We need to educate our engineers to build our countries. We need to educate those people that should sit and govern. And if it is not done, obviously, we will not see good leadership in future in our continent. I will not take much time, but I would give Jagan the floor. Maybe I would have missed some things which he can adequately answer to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tumanjai. I'm going to be very brief in the interest of time, but maybe just to answer one question. There was a gentleman that asked about what can we do to basically bring member states in line and as far as governance is concerned. A couple of things. First of all, let me say that the African continent is not suffering from a lack of normative frameworks, from a lack of prescriptive governance articles, and also, just peer-to-peer best practice, so to speak. We've got the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, which was actually basically brought into force because of the Pan-African Parliament, which would like to see as the standard. We also have the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which is the rights-based mechanism for the continent. We also have the APRM, the African Peer Review Mechanism, which is the primary governance instrument. And we also have the AUCPCC, which is the AU Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption on the African continent. And this talks about the transparency element and building a culture of elevating the demand for public accountability on the African continent. We also have a coordinating mechanism called the AGA platform, which is the Africa Governance Architecture platform, which has, to my mind, up until this point, largely been dysfunctional. And this dysfunctionality could be another day for debate, but that is something that we need to really, as non-state actors, as African citizens, ask ourselves those questions as to why isn't the AGA functioning the way it should function. So as a result, we have all these prescriptive frameworks and African standards that we can adhere to. But as a result, what have we seen? And it's something that I'd like to describe as the doctor coming out of the theater and says to the relatives of the patient that the operation was successful, but the patient is dead. And the reason why I'm saying that is because at the end of the day, we have experimented with this journey on democracy and it's been undermined. The term elongation that has been happening has now led to a cycle of unconstitutional changes of government and military coups, particularly in West Africa. But now we've seen what is happening just next door in Madagascar. So it's also creeping into SADC. The second thing is that the constitutional tampering, which has led to the term elongation, because you can't change the terms of office without changing the constitution. And the reason why I want to bring these two things up, because they're interchangeable and they're related. It's a relations-based exercise. It is firmly located in the legislature, in the respective parliaments, because it's not the executive that actually changes constitutions. They may motivate for that change. The ultimate change takes place in the people's house. So for the parliamentarians that are here today, I would say, and I'm not saying you personally, but the institutions that you represent have been, for the large part, responsible for the undermining of sound democratic practice and good governance on this continent. That's the one point. The second point I wanted to state is the fact that political parties, of which parliamentarians also belong to, particularly opposition political parties, have also undermined sound democratic practice, have undermined popular participation, and has undermined intergenerational leadership and diversity within their own political parties. Just the other day, may God rest his soul, in Kenya, Raila Odinga died with his party. He was the head of his party until death did them part. We are seeing in other countries whereby the my-partism, whereby one individual turns himself into a cult and everything else resolves around that person. Now, if we think that these parties can preach democracy from a virtuous perspective, what are they going to do when they get into office? All of a sudden, if you had refused to ensure that there's leadership renewal, and then that there are term limits, and then there's democracy within your own party for us, God knows how long, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, if you go into now government as an incumbent, are you suddenly going to be a Democrat? Absolutely not. Which is why we're seeing this cyclical element of term elongation, holding on to power, pricing out popular participation and contestation, making elections expensive to be a candidate. And who does that affect the most? The most vulnerable, women, who can't find the resources or the money to contest in a very, very expensive exercise, and young people. So I think basically, these are some of the course correction factors that we need to look at, and we also need to place the responsibility of such triggers at the doorsteps to institutions to which they belong. And then finally, after having said that, I don't want any of us to leave this room to feel despondent. We also don't want to be that person who was so scared to visit death that he decided to commit suicide. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to the panelist, Mr. Gray Johnson, for his intervention and, of course, the good responses that we got to that presentation from the House. We will now take a break. We have to consume the lunch that has been waiting for us. We're informed that we must eat it, otherwise it's overheating. So for that reason, we will break now. And I think very quickly, please, if we could just have our meal and be back by 3:30, and all seated at 3:30, and then be prepared for the long haul to push and really get through all the items that we've had. We would have liked to move a little faster, but we have to break. Thank you. See you shortly.
Please, may we get seated? We are resuming. Please take your seats. Take your seats. Those still at the foyer, please come in.
Good afternoon. Let's resume our proceedings. Let's resume our proceedings and let all delegates take their seats, please. Thank you very much. Now we are going to have to manage time, as I indicated, under the direction of the chair. The theme for this panel will be on democratic governance and security challenges in the Sahel. I have a moderator and two presenter experts, and I would now like to ask the moderator to come forward and sit to the right of the chair. Ms. Achieng Akena of Democracy and Human Rights, Democracy and Human Rights practitioner. Let's clap for her as they come. First expert, Madame Binta Sidibe Gascon, President de la Observatoire Kisal. If you could also join us on the podium. And yes, thank you, thank you. And then Ms. Jana Ngube, the Deputy Director, Crisis Action. So I will now hand over to the moderator, Achieng Akena, to introduce the panel and invite the respective experts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Madam Chair, all protocols observed. I'm really delighted to be at this convening. I think civil society and the Parliament are partners in ensuring, as we've heard this morning, in ensuring that the African Union is a union of peoples and not just governments. Democracy, as we understand it on this continent, has to be looked at within the context of our collective histories that include the erasure and oppression of our peoples through colonialism and also additional post-independence manipulation. From Tanzania to Cameroon, African people are saying no to the empty performance of democracy. People on the continent are no longer willing to be given a short shrift by unsympathetic rulers who have lost the trust of their peoples. But does popularism, or what the AU has termed the will of the people, usher in the kind of democratic governance that will achieve the aspirations of Africa's peoples? Those are some of the questions that will be responded to in this panel. A number of the issues we're dealing with are not new in their iteration. If anything, they are as a result of convoluted layers of conflict, malgovernance, and oppression. Several factors from violent extremism to externalization and external interference have confluenced to create the miasma we're currently witnessing in the Sahel. To talk us through the ins and outs of the situation in the Sahel, I am honored to have two experts, Madame Binta Sidibe Gasson, President de l'Observatoire Kisal, who's an activist with extensive experience in development, international cooperation, and the humanitarian sector. You already heard from her an impassioned intervention in the opening session, and she will continue to give us the situational report on the governance deficits and their impact on the Sahel. My sister, Jana Ngube, with whom we have shared many regional integration trenches. We were just discussing some earlier. And because we have shared these trenches, she always forgives me and my tongue for not being able to make the appropriate click when saying her surname. Jana is the Deputy Director at Crisis Action and is a global development strategist who has been informing changes to multilateral institutions across the continent. Without much further ado, I will invite Madam Sidibe to take us through her presentation. Madam Sidibe, please.
So, in the absence of our president, Madam Honorable, who represented the president of the Pan-African Parliament, Madam and good sirs of the Parliament, participants and delegates, dear brothers and sisters of Africa. It is a pleasure and honor to be here amongst you. I speak to you as the president of the Kisal Observatory, a human rights NGO in the Sahel, but as also as a witness. You will understand the idea of being a witness to justify my speech, to justify my comments and emotions. The most difficult thing in the actual context right now is that us who are denounced are confronted with a narrative that is different. When it's on social media, when it's outside, we try and take it upon ourselves and continue and keep walking forward. But when it becomes, and it comes from people that are supposed to, take a little bit of a step backwards and not have a position in a conflict and go look and vet the information before getting into one camp or another, it's almost a dagger to the back. And the same, central feelings, make a feeling of insecurity grow. We have terrorists that move forward without any worries in certain zones and impose blockades. We have others that impose at the moment a territorial blockade, economic blockade on many different areas in the center and west of Mali. This blockade is blocking out all the, is busy stopping all the necessary items that people need in order to live, such as food, such as access to health products. We have children that are no longer going to schools. We have refugees. We have countries that people that find themselves in other countries around our own. In the Central Sahel, in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, all the movement to power has been, or at least the movement of power has been taken with glee and happiness. And this enthusiasm is busy taking place and is feeding a disillusion that is comparable to hallucinations. Now, everybody has sacrificed so much. Everybody has sacrificed against and for the fight against terrorism. We have had human rights that is seen as something that can be sacrificed when it comes to fighting against terrorism now. And governance no longer backs us, no more independent justice, no more independent media, no more social legitimacy, which have no more right to opinions, other than to give their support to the youth in politics. And it starts to strangle inclusivity. In Central Sahel, we have two categories now. Those who are supporting the youth and those specifically who are supporting the youth have all the rights and they are the patriots. The others who, for example, us who continue to do our work, to denounce, we are considered as non-patriots. And we see that some laws are being put in place that are going against even the state itself and nationality itself. So no authority can be able to hide the realities that are happening in the Sahel. In the Central Sahel, the fight against terrorism has been the pretext for everything. Everything has been sacrificed without profit, without, and even, you know, at the cost of the human values of the fighters themselves. We have been polarized, traumatized, and by these militants, by these terrorist groups. The population is taken as hostage. The terrorists, the lack of provisions and aid in the civil society space, we have a muzzling of the press, the actors of justice, and the freedom fighters. Even though a lot of them have spoken this morning and were able to vent themselves, nothing has been happening since October. A procurer has been taken out by these death cults and these terrorists in Burkina Faso. But there are realities that we have to state. Even though they are supporting youth and they seem to be doing well, there are realities we have to denounce. We have to overall be conscious of the difficulty that civil society finds itself in the West and in Sahel, in West Africa. Without a civil space in order to have discourse, every single day, members of civil society are risking their lives and are in constant danger. I have seen all of those who have been silenced, who have been sent to the front lines just because they were denouncing or exposing what is happening within their state, or have lost their lives just to defend human rights. It is important to take into account the state of human rights at the moment and civil society. And we have to, obviously, for objective, impose ourselves on strategic decisions. And I think that we have seen a lot in the three countries, in Burkina Faso and Nigeria. And we have to also look at what the militants are doing, what we can do against terrorism that is going to, at the moment, busy plunging an entire region into a real dark unknown. The insecurity lets them gain territory. Human rights are degrading as we speak. Situation is very, very dire in the Sahel central countries. These countries that have been, you know, in an alliance of the countries of the Sahel have not yet seen any results from their union. Very little reports show, and since 2018, the situation does not stop degrading with constant crimes against humanity and crimes of war. The displacement of populations continues. The urgency is really to protect the civil society and the population itself, and this should be above all other agendas in the Sahel. The zone of the three frontiers, Niger, Mali, Burkina, and we have to. That is the real indices that we have to follow is the amount of people killed by these terrorist groups. And the country the most touched by the country, which is followed closely by Mali. Since 2024, the Sahel in particular has become the center of terrorist activity worldwide, with numbers growing in terms of population of terrorists. The situation has become unlivable, with really undefeatable challenges, whether it be for women, children, and really for the population that is the most vulnerable. Millions of civilians are taken between the crossfire, between the terrorists and their own army that is supposed to protect them. We look at this distress that is a constant daily factor. Yes, the Sahel is not Ouagadougou. It's not we don't see it in conferences at Ouaga or Bamako or in Niamey. The Sahel is really in the field, where we see populations really truly living and dying, where the army is busy doing a population cleansing, ethnic cleansing of certain cultures, of certain people. We're talking about in the field. What is the situation? We have to face constant arbitration. We have to face constant blockades and violations of human rights, violations of the rights of journalism. And the state is responding by this crisis with acts that have no precedent. The military aspect has shown its limits across the world. The example right now is Afghanistan, whether it be the young Sahel youth, or with the deployment of Barkan forces in the Sahel. It's always been a military solution that we propose to the Sahel. It's become a laboratory for all militaries to experiment, without anyone to stop them, and it's unregulated. The arms and weapons that are supposed to be regulated are used against civilians. It's the case with drones, for example, that are targeting civilians that are not armed. There are many images that are going around with bodies that are disseminated in order to terrorize the population, to say, look at these bodies that have been burned. These are bodies of terrorists that have been attacked. But no, that's not true. Sometimes it's just civilians that were at a market, civilians that were trading, civilians that were traveling. And we have to refuse this harassment of us, of women, of youth, so that we can keep an eye on the militaries that are operating in the Sahel. We know that all military approaches at the moment that are being used are only there and are only causing an increase in civilian casualties. It is time in this crisis to really address the cause, or the cause at the heart of this crisis, to protect the civilians and to fight against impunity. We have to guarantee justice for all. We have to obviously fight against impunity, but we have to guarantee justice for all. Injustice is the first factor that pushes populations to join terrorism and youth to join terrorism. If we want to fight against terrorism, we have to give people justice. For a long time, the Pole populations used to join or would join terrorist groups because they were pushed by oppositions to do so, by lack of opportunity to do so. I can attest to that. A lot of members of my own family were not able to find refuge in Ouagadougou or in other places, and they only had one choice, which was to go to these red zones because that's the only place they could actually find somewhere to live, and that's where they were then, exposed. And who pushed them there? So now, with all of these elements, imprisonment and all the other methods, for hope, we have to really educate the youth. We have to give them space so that the youth of the AES can avoid being victims of propaganda. We give them a lot of tools, but for the others, we do nothing for them. We have to support the youth of the Sahel and this SADO. It's important to find approaches that are integrated, that are inclusive, to really fight and defeat the challenges that they have. Because the crisis is busy really winning. Madame, s'il vous plaît, terminez. Well, I have a lot to say, to be honest, and I will say one more thing, which is very important in the key causes. It is important to take into account one of the things that we do not speak about, is that because obviously we talk about the crisis of pastoralism. The community that is the farming community is also paying a massive price when it comes to this conflict. Their cattle, their lands, all of these farmers are extremely impacted. And we're talking about also, we have to talk about community engagement and preserving of the rights. So I'm going to try and go through the recommendations because we've told me to go quickly.
I think 10 minutes is quite small for this. So let me go to the recommendations. The Pan-African community should stop being observers and act on the causes. We need to deal with protection of civilians, restore regional confidence, build a framework for consultation in the Sahel, mobilize African partners. We need to involve South Africa, Nigeria, Algeria, and Senegal in a shared responsibility coalition on Sahel. We need to strengthen the role of the Pan-African Parliament as a platform for accountability on security and humanitarian policies. For some time now, we've put a finger on the problem, but we do not want to go further because we think others will help us address the situation. Sahel does not need foreign intervention. It needs the restoration of the rule of law, justice for all, economy restored, African leadership that is strong. We need to ensure human dignity comes to the center. The silence of our institutions is not appropriate. It's time for the Pan-African Parliament and the African Union make Sahel a litmus test to see whether Africa is really united. I repeat, it's time for the Pan-African Parliament and the African Union make a litmus test to see whether we are really united, and the Sahel will help us test this. We need to be united to make sure the crisis in the Sahel comes to an end. We need to learn from our previous experiences. Let's not repeat the same errors. We should stop committing crimes, war crimes, crimes against humanity in the name of the fight against terrorism. And many applaud this. This is not acceptable. If we do not resolve this crisis in the Sahel, others will do it using their own means. So we need to stand together to rebuild the Sahel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I really apologize, Madam Binta. I know the time was short, but we're also chasing time. We're very, way behind, and we're trying to make it to have a full conversation. Madam Binta has really laid out the impact of militarization, violence, and intimidation in the Sahel, and really painted a clear picture of a situation that is unlivable, particularly for the most vulnerable who are caught in the crossfire. The lack of basic provisions, violent extremism, and severe human rights situations, which may be amounting to crimes against humanity and war crimes. And the fact that the society remains polarized and also terrorized. We've also been able to see the impact, not just on people, but also on civil society organizing in the region, especially with the gagging or the gags that are being imposed on free speech. That juxtaposed against the other narratives that we see across the continent. I don't know how many people have seen, I think YouTube has almost, I think, the thousands of videos that extol the situation in the Sahel and in the three countries that are very different from the narrative that we're hearing on the actual situation on the ground. Without much further ado, let me call through Ms. Jana Ube and to talk through particularly what are the responses that we're seeing and how do those then tie in with the actual situation on the ground. Thank you. You have just 10 minutes.
I have a minute.
10. One, yes, one,
Oh,
one.
Oh, okay. I heard Madam President here say 10. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. I really think we should give another round of applause to Madam Binta. I'm really going to try and stick to the time because I really don't want to dilute the first-hand accounts. There is nothing more powerful than hearing from people who are experiencing it directly. She's not telling us hearsay. She's rolling out her life and making an appeal to the rest of the continent. Do we see her? And I think that is the reason, Madam Chair, we are here today. Do we see her? Do we see the Central Sahel? Do we see the people of Africa who are caught up in all of these conflicts? But I'll come back to the Central Sahel where she has gotten us going. We really understand the emotion, and it is justified. It is justified. So what is democratic governance if it does not deliver jobs, quality of life, economic growth, so that the poverty and the situations that our parents, me, I come from Zimbabwe, people died, their blood went into the sand so that Zimbabwe could be free from colonialism. We are here on the land of South Africa, the land of fighting and overcoming apartheid. What is the point of democratic governance if we are not going to see ourselves escape from those situations? What is it? What is it for? If what we mean by democracy, we are talking really about elections. But hey, if these elections are delivering clandestine pronunciations of people as elected in military barracks, and now we are seeing piles of bodies as what we are seeing in Tanzania, what is democratic governance? What is it if we are going to have rulers and people who end up running our countries because someone sitting in some European capital has said, yes, this one can go through? As we are seeing in some instances, I had my brother back there during the photo section saying, I'm from Cameroon, where we have a 90-year-old, and we all laughed. But it's not a laughing matter. It's not a laughing matter. What is democratic governance? Is that really, really what the people of this continent are wanting to see? Are we therefore then surprised? And for me, that's what surprises me, that we're then surprised when people end up, indeed, as we have seen happen in Central Sahel, rise and reject those that have come through democratic processes and end up opting for others who are coming through, as you said, Madam Moderator, through so-called popular will. But is that really the answer? Because also what we are seeing in Central Sahel is it's not the answer. It's not the answer. Because people are still being killed. I think she has given a very articulate illustration of the everyday circumstances of how people are trapped by crime, by violence, from violence from terrorists, and violence from state actors. So people are trapped in there. I want to offer that the challenges we are dealing with in Central Sahel is a crisis of what I call a triangle, the crisis triangle of the Sahel, which is a leadership crisis, which is, secondly, a crisis of excluding the people from how they are governed. And third, a crisis, yes, of external actors who are very active in our countries right now, even if we say we are in the era of self-rule. And that is the challenge that we are dealing with here. And because of time, I just want to zero in on a particular piece of work that our organization has been working on, I think, for the last 5 or so years in Central Sahel. And so as she's speaking, I've had the opportunity to work with Madam Binta and others from that region. We compiled a report early this year, whose title for me, I think, befittingly, I would call it, The Cost of Not Listening to Civil Society. Right now, and you can go to Uncle Google or Uncle Copilot, or me, my favorite is Gemini on my phone, and ask. In the last 2 years, the UNDP has just released a report on Central Sahel. In the last 2 years, there are 348 reports on the Sahel that have been produced. 348. So you cannot say there's lack of information, knowledge, ideas about what to do in the Central Sahel. Madam Binta and others who are part of a coalition called the People's Coalition on the Sahel that she's been with, from 2020, I think, up to 2023, I counted over 60 briefings to leaders across this continent, across Europe, United Nations, informing them about the urgency of the crisis that the people of Sahel were facing. But those with power were not listening. So the challenge, while today, yes, we might focus on the military leaders that are there, has not started with these military leaders. Do I support them personally? Absolutely no. But I think it's also important to recognize that the challenges that are facing the people of that region have not emanated because of these 5 recent coups. From 1960 to 2025, that region has had over 25 coups. So there is a crisis that we have not been tackling and handling with eloquence as a continent and as a world. But also, what are the challenges that we are seeing there? My other point is on this of the external hand that has been a significant play, particularly in what we call Francophone Africa. And we have seen then the rejection of that by the people of that region. Right now, we live, I think Jagan put it very well, in a world of precarious geopolitical interests. And so now when you Google anything Central Sahel, you see Russia, China, as if they are the actors who have caused the crisis that are there. But they are the actors of just yesterday. Who are the actors of yesteryears? Let's be open, have open eyes in looking at this. Think about the fight that Europe has been putting lots of money in that region to stop the migration of Africans, because that's the route, eh? Where has that money been going? And what has it been doing? It's certainly not been going to the coffers of the governments of these countries so that they can actually build roads and put up factories. We have not been listening to civil society, which is why, Madam President, it's really commendable that when we create spaces like this one, where we say, let's have dialogues between decision makers and civil society, we are actually listening and taking the issues that are coming out from these important discussions to go and replicate them in your national parliaments and in your countries and making sure that that integration happens. Because by not listening to people like her, all the so-called elected governments who were there in 2019, 2020, you can go and Google who they were. They got kicked out. Their backers and funders, France, Europe, Germany, what, got kicked out. When we are not listening to civil society and citizens, there's a political cost. But there's also an economic cost. There is an entity called the G5 Sahel that is made up of Western countries and some of the countries that are from the Sahel that committed over $80 billion into that region. But with the humanitarian crisis and the displacements and the poverty situation that is being spoken of in the Sahel that she well illustrated, you can see that there's not kind of money that has been poured in there. France, in 2014, in response to Mali's request, when the 2012 terrorist invasion started happening in that country, sent in troops, an operation called Operation Burkina Faso, and spent 8 billion euros in that region until they got kicked out in 2022. but you cannot go into that region and see the trace of that money. So a lot of money is being poured in the name of fighting terrorism in this continent, but where is that money really going? I think I will just summarize to say, I think what is disappointing, moderator, is that at the Africa level, we have these mechanisms that we've got in place. We have the AU, we have the Peace and Security Council, we have the panels of the wise, we have the Peace Fund, we have continental early warning systems that don't seem to warn anybody because no one is responding to the warnings. Then we have these decisions to suspend these countries when we feel they've done wrong, and then now we can't intervene and help them because we've thrown them out of our club. There are some things I think need to be thought about. We really have to answer the questions of, on this continent, why are we not safeguarding our election processes so that they enable the people of this continent to freely choose those they see capable to do what they're asking for? Because what has happened is this. The people that this continent trusts the most are not political elites. And even for you parliamentarians, you are not favored by the people anymore. Afrobarometer, in a report they produced in December 2024, ranked the people that are trusted the most and those trusted the least. And the ones trusted the most, number one, are religious leaders, number two, traditional leaders, and number three, the military. No wonder people are turning to the military. And guess who they trust the least? Opposition parties. And guess who comes up after opposition parties? Ruling parties, which means all political parties. So there is something wrong with our politics on this continent. And part of it perhaps could be what we're seeing at play here in South Africa, and this is the last thing I will say, is why is it our democratic institutions are not protected from the machinations of the political elites? Think here in South Africa, General Nkwanans, and what he's trying to do, and what the political hand is doing. So where do the people of Africa turn to so that they are safe? But especially those that are being threatened such that their lives are lost just seeking to be safe. Or people like her who have had to leave the country of her birth to find safety elsewhere because she cannot even live in her own country. We have a work, Africa. I thank you. It's because I was running away because of...
Thank you so much. I feel like I would be doing an injustice to Jana to summarize her conversation. But in short, I would say she's asking, what is democratic governance? Or what does it mean for people on the ground where the systems and structures that are set up as the pillars of this democratic governance are not working and are not delivering to Africans the promises of our independence and of liberation. So there's so much to say in this session, I know. And as much as I would like to extend my mandate, unfortunately, I do not have a constitution to change to do so. And so I humbly cede the floor to Honorable Fatoumata Njai to guide the discussions from the floor. While we have received so many different requests from people to take the floor, unfortunately, time is not kind. We still have a conversation coming up on DRC and other sessions like the open dialogue that are still on the program that we still have to squeeze into the remaining, I think, about half an hour, if at all. And so please, if you're not able to get your question asked at this time, please, you can take it to the next sessions after this. Honorable Njai, the floor is back to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And like our able moderator just mentioned, if you've not heard your name, don't give up because there will be another round of another session coming. So you'll be able to ably ask your concerned questions. We are all concerned. I'm from West Africa. We've witnessed a decade of a coup d'etat-free region from 2010 to 2020. And then all of a sudden, the bubble just busted. And we saw Mali, we saw Guinea, we saw Burkina, we saw Niger. It wasn't because of lack of any early warning. There were warnings. It was written on the wall, like Madam Binta had said, but they were ignored. And I think the reason we are here today to make sure that when we go back between civil society and representatives, those warnings will not be ignored again, and we will drive our continent into a better, non-unconstitutional state. So, without much ado, I'll give the floor for questioning, but it has to be very brief, direct questions, no preamble, no explanation. Otherwise, I will just take the floor from you. I'll give it to Khalil from Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Khalid Dahab, and I represent the Sudanese Civil Democratic Alliance of Revolutionary Forces, which is the main opposition civilian alliance that comprises more than 20 political parties, civil society organizations, professional trade unions, resistance committees, etc. Now, the issue of Sudan, I think, is now the biggest issue that is confronting Africa. It is a country that came up through a peaceful revolution in 2018, 2019, led by young people, almost entirely by young people, by the youth, and by women. And that revolution overthrew the dictatorship of Omar al-Bashir and of the Islamic movement. Now, since then, there's been an alliance or a partnership between the military and the civilians. But the military decided to take over and overthrew the civilian government, which is led by our leader, the leader of our alliance, Dr. Abdullah Hamdok. Now, if we just look at some of the statistics since this war started on the 15th of April 2023, you will find that more than 150,000 people have been killed. About 25 million people are threatened by famine. 4 million of them actually experiencing famine. There's been about 19 million children out of school. There's about 11 million displaced people internally, and about 2.2 million who have taken refuge in neighboring countries. And this is just a little bit, just a few things. Now, we have, our alliance has been calling for the end to the war from the beginning. Both parties, we believe that the war cannot be won by either party. And as long as it continues, the people will suffer. The civilians, the ordinary people in the country will suffer as they have been suffering. And I think everybody has seen the images of the people in Al-Fashir in recent weeks. This has been going on all over the country. So we have been calling for an end to the war because we don't believe that there is any other solution except a negotiated settlement. Now, we have proposed an immediate ceasefire, humanitarian access, and a political process that will lead eventually to the restoration of democracy and civilian rule in the country. Currently, the Quad countries, the 4 countries led by the United States, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and the United Arab Emirates, have come up with a proposal, and indirect talks are being held in Washington, D.C., between the two warring parties. We would like to reiterate our support for the Quad and for the process that is being led by the Quad. Unfortunately, one of the warring parties has now accepted the proposal unconditionally. The other party, which is the Sudanese Armed Forces, and the de facto government that is currently operating out of Port Sudan, are denying even the fact that they are in indirect talks. So that can be, to us, that is a very negative thing. That means the continuation.
Thank you very much. I know what you are saying is very important and we would want to continue the conversation, but unfortunately we don't have time, but it is very important and your concerns are totally taken and will be transferred into our resolutions.
Can I just have a half minute to conclude?
AU. But unfortunately, we have to proceed because time is not on our side. We really appreciate your concerns and will deal with them accordingly. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
But we
much.
must proceed. Thank you. Thank you. I'll give the floor to the Amnesty International representative, Gangigo Mido. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Thank you.
It was a good attempt. It's Ganyi Somtola from Amnesty International. The question is conveniently posed to you, Chairperson. So much has been said about the Pan-African Parliament limitation, largely them being legislative, right? Or the lack of legislative powers. But if you were to read Article 14, subsection 1 of the article that establishes the Pan-African Parliament, it speaks of ensuring and expressing an opinion on any matter or matters pertaining to the respect of human rights. So with that in mind, I would like to know, why has the Commission not expressed quite a lot on human rights concerns where the establishing provisions allow them to do that, including the situation in the Sahel, including the situations of members of parliament who are imprisoned, including the crackdown of opposition members of parliament as well. So the short question is that the established provisions do allow for the Pan-African Parliament to provide or express an opinion on prevailing human rights situations in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will answer your question accordingly. I will now give the floor to the chairperson of the Youth Committee, Jonas Nduolovo. Again, my apologies if I do not pronounce your name right.
Thank you, Chair. Ma'am, I would like to yield my time back to the Sudanese leader just for a minute's conclusion of his speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll give the floor now to the representative from the conflict zones, from Zimbabwe, Rutendo Cheko Wori. Thank you. I will now proceed to Andrew Songa, Civil Society from Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I guess I will bridge my contribution into some of the comments that were made in the prior session. And for me, it's with regard to looking at whether we have a citizen engagement and public participation approach within the various organs of the African Union that in fact display proper internal coherence and coordination. Because I do think part of the answer to strengthening the ability of some of the African Union organs to be responsive to the challenges we face are to amplify and maximize on the potential of the various distilled spaces for citizen engagement that exist. So my question would be, are we confident that we are in fact on a trajectory that consolidates and strengthens the various citizen engagement spaces that exist within the African Union, or are we continuing to develop in a fractious approach that then sees a lot of investment placed by different civil society groups within different organs, but not then seeing a concise consolidation of that public input into various African Union processes in a way that then ensures we are actually being responsive to the priorities on the continent?
Thank you. That's a really pertinent question, and it will be answered accordingly. I will now give the floor to the student from South Africa, Shepang Bambo. Thank you.
Just checking. Oh, I am audible. But yes, you're correct on the name is Sepang Bambo. Mine is just to make a contribution on the current session that we're having in terms of peace in the region of Sahel. I think also just to go back to the comments I was going to make in the initial session, or rather the session that we had before the break, was that we need to ensure that there is support for youth peace building activities or efforts by fostering international solidarity amongst the next generation of leaders. This includes ensuring that the future of Sahel, of course, will be, better by its youth. So we need to fund the initiatives which will also assist in accelerating the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development to ensure that we address the underlying drivers of violence and insecurity in the region. This also includes that the PAP and rather the AU should be in a position where they're also able to ensure that there is accessible funding for youth peace building activities, and this includes adopting models such as the Youth Peace Building and Mentoring Program, which equips the young people with tools for conflict resolution and practical tools for peace negotiations in the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that was really cramped. I think you've managed within this short time to include everything, and I'm really proud of the youths. I wish I could go back to being a youth. My youthful years were wasted by 22 years of dictatorship. So I am really in support of whatever accelerates youths to lead in our society. Thank you so much. I'll now give the floor to Denise Rodasingora, Civil Society.
I think I will ask my question on the next session.
Okay, thank you. The chairperson of the PRA from Cameroon, Cletus Soufri, is it? Oh. So that's I have exhausted my list for now. So what we'll do, we'll answer some of the questions. I think along the way, I did answer some of them, but notwithstanding, there are still some that needs to be answered. From MIDO, Amnesty International, you asked about the lack of legislative process of the Pan-African Parliament. I think that is up to our respective countries, like our president have mentioned, because we have a protocol. And if the right number of people sign that protocol, then obviously we will be given the right to be a legislative parliament, fully, not only deliberating and coming out with resolutions, but we will be fully implementable too, and be able to hold our respective states accountable. And you also spoke about human rights matters and why the Commission is not acting. Likewise, it is the same. we have the protocols. Out of 54 member states, only 22 with the recent signatory of Kenya in 2023, making it 23 signatories. And out of that 23, only 14 have ratified and another 14 deposited. So how on earth are we expected to be taken seriously if our respective countries are not taking the commission seriously? So as civil society, I would urge you to take it upon yourselves to go back to your respective countries and push them. Most countries' policies are driven by civil society. So if you go back to your respective countries, make sure that you know, ask them whether they have signed, whether they have ratified, whether they have deposited. Because most of our countries guard our sovereignties. When we sign these protocols, without them being ratified in our respective parliaments, they cannot be implementable. So I will urge you to go back and ensure that they do. And for my brother from Sudan, we would all call to end war in this continent because there is no need to shed blood to lead, as I mentioned earlier on. If it's because of blood that you lead, then your legitimacy is questionable. And we can see and feel what is happening in Sudan. I am also from a country that had been through 2 decades of impunity, 2 decades of total dictatorship. If my former president had still been in the country, I wouldn't have been sitting here today. And thanks to the people of my country, we fought. Some of us died. My father died along the way. He was jailed for 18 months. We didn't know where he was. He came out of prison. He was beaten. He was tortured. He came out. He didn't survive it. But that did not stop us from fighting because we don't want our children to go through that. And I fully understand what you are going through in Sudan. And we would make sure that we would not just come here and sit and talk about it and not take action. Notwithstanding, the people of Sudan should not persevere. They should not give up. I really appreciate that you have a government outside the land of Sudan. And I would urge you to also work with the Quad proposals and make sure that they are not only proposals on paper, but they are fully respected and implemented. We would make sure that this would be part of the resolutions that we are going to take at the end of the day and pass them to the commission as we go. And my brother from the student from South Africa, regarding the support of the youth, we would want to see you here on Monday and Tuesday to voice out your concerns so that the youth caucus, we have an active youth caucus at the Pan-Africa Parliament. And every year, like the president did mention, we hold a youth symposium and we invite every youth on this continent to come and be heard so that their concerns would be acted upon. And I truly agree that we need to include the youth in peacekeeping, in peace building, because without their participation, without youth participation, without women participation, there will be no peaceful processes and they will not work because they form the majority and they have the mindset that is different from the mindset of the ruling elite in this continent. Like I mentioned, we have a continent that is led by the minority of the population of the continent. Somebody from Cameroon did mention that they have a 94-year-old. In Nigeria, I think they have an 84-year-old. In Cote d'Ivoire, they just elected another 80-something-year-old. And the majority of the population is youth. So where are the youthful population? Do they vote for these generic leaders? I would say with no disrespect, but we must say it as it is, because if we shy behind the truth, we will still linger with hope. And Andrew from Kenya.
Madam Chair, sorry. I apologize. I was called when I was taking a call from outside. Sorry, I'm back now.
You will speak. You will be given the opportunity to speak in the
Okay.
next session because
Okay.
your contribution, we yearn to hear your contribution.
Please.
So, and Andrew from Kenya, you talk about coherence, you talk about coordination, you talk about the reasons why participation is not there because there is no cohesion, there's no coordination, and citizen engagement. And that leads to lack of transparency, which I think is quite true. But the reason we are here today with civil society is to engage. And if we engage, obviously, it will lead to cohesion, it will lead to coordination, because we cannot go without learning from each other. You will take, and we will have a take home as well. And when we take it back, obviously, it will be acted upon. And you can hold us accountable for not acting on the request because the Pan-African Parliament is the parliament for the people. And I think we all have heard from the president of the Pan-African Parliament. And without much ado, I'll give the floor back to the moderator to close this session. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Njai. I'll allow my panelists to have just 1 minute to say what's your final thing.
My apologies, I should have given them the floor. I got carried away.
It's okay. 1 minute, 1 minute, please. Jana?
I really think we need to take ourselves and what's going on in this continent seriously. Africa is in pain. The continent is burning. Our institutions are not responding with capability. Something has got to shift.
Ms. Binta, Madame Binta.
Alors, en 1 minute, moi, je voudrais...
So in 1 minute, I would like to thank this assembly. I've learned a lot and I continue to learn. It's true that I told you many things, but there are equally things that I listened to and which are very important for me. And what is really expected today, that is, the emergency is actions. Actions should be taken. Because, you know, it's very sad for our continent. Do you know what is sad for our continent? It's not good to compare crises, but I believe that at times we should talk about them. When we hear about Gaza, about Ukraine, we easily hear these words, stop fighting, ceasefire. But on our continent, at times people tend to shy away to talk about crisis. People don't care. What is happening in the Central Sahel, I'm not going to belabor my point, but it's people beyond the fight against terrorism. Terrorist groups are other things. This is another thing, it's a common fight. But those who are killing civilians, and I'm going to use strong words, this is really weapons of mass destruction of civilians. It means our armies are weapons of mass destruction against civilians. No one is telling the army, which is supposed to protect civilians, stop fire, cease fire, as we say it about Gaza. No African leader, no one is saying stop killing civilians, because they are supposed to protect the civilians. So if we cannot talk to our armies, how can we succeed the fight against terrorism? Thank you very much.
To speak about DRC, but I think in this very elaborate discussion, I think one of the things that is clear is that we must, as Africans, put our house together or put our house in order. That said, we cannot discount the impact of externalization and external influence. There has been millions, if not billions, of euros poured by the EU into that particular area of Central Sahel in a bid to prevent Africa, or to keep Africans in Africa, for lack of a better word. What has been the impact of that money? How has it contributed to the situation that currently exists? I think there was a question from the gentleman from Amnesty International. I'm not able to pronounce your name, but I think PAP does report to the AU. Every summit, PAP produces a report with its opinions about different things. And that is why they brought in a new protocol, because what the article that you have quoted was not as effective as it was envisioned by the drafters of the PAP protocol. And I think, Andrew, my brother, the AU itself is so disparate. And so civil society also has to be disparate. Despite all the coordination mechanisms like AGA, the AU still operates as different independent institutions rather than a consolidation of institutions that address different aspects or that approach in different ways to meet the aspirations of African peoples. And finally, the comment about youth. I think the reality of our continent is the average age of the people who are in control of the continent, I think, is almost the last I saw was 78, 80. Okay. So you have almost 5 generations between the rulers and the majority of people on the continent. And that will always create a problem, because if somebody grew up in an age like me where there were no computers, and they're now supposed to make policies for digital nomadism, I think it's going to be a problem. So thank you so much for your attention. And Madam, I will hand back to our overall moderator to take us through to the next session. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, moderator. I think we can give the whole panel another round of applause. It wasn't easy for them to get to the point and touch the sensitive questions in this short space, short time, but I do believe this is not the last conversation. I do encourage each and every CSO in the room to please keep the conversation going after this meeting. This is your house. This is also how we make sure that your voices are getting in the decision making. And this is how we work all together. So I've been given the honorable task by Madam Clerk, who has a small task to do on the side to introduce the next panel. The temptation, of course, is to join the discussions myself as a citizen, but today we are here to listen to all of you. So the next session, I think, is well expected. We'll tackle a complex and deeply significant topic, which is the ongoing conflict in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. So the moderator that will have the daunting task to touch into it, focus on the drivers of the conflict, the humanitarian implications, and the regional peace initiatives, is Mr. Lucano Nier, I hope I pronounced it well, COO of Thabo Mbeki Foundation, who is an entrepreneur with passion for innovation and Africa's development. Round of applause for him, please. So the two great participants that will be in Mr. Nier's panel are Dr. Esfina Hukato, who is a peace and security expert, and Ambassador Welilyn Lapo, whose summary is quite impressive, very impressive. But I believe, yes, I don't know where to start and where to finish, but in the interest of time, I'll just mention that Ambassador Lapo has a strong knowledge about the Great Lakes region for having touched at it at the South African Department of International Relations and Cooperation. But yes, it's in your hands now, Mr. Nier. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm very mindful that on our programs, it says we should be at a cocktail and not still at 1:45 in the day. But I should say something about this, that we should all be disappointed around the time situation today. If we are running over 4 hours late, we started late, we'll continue running late throughout this entire program. If we as leaders who are gathered here cannot show the basic discipline of respecting each other and respecting time and the time that's been allocated to us, then we are setting a very bad example for the citizens who are observing us and who we say we ought to be leading. It is doubly important given the setting we're in today, the Pan-African Parliament, an institution that the President of the Parliament correctly said ought to be a super organ of the African Union. If this institution is unable to keep time, it really bodes badly for all of us as a continent. The last thing I'll say about this is that our discipline and conduct must reflect the high standards and we must do better and we must be better. In any case, the focus of today's session is on a matter that requires a kind of focus and discipline that has been lacking throughout the day today. The matter of the Eastern DRC requires all of us to focus intensely on it and not say it will take place an hour late or 2 hours late. We need urgent attention on the Eastern DRC. But as the overall moderator of the session has said, there are people who are who are well able and able to engage in this matter. In first, Ambassador Willie Nchapo, as well as Dr. Esfina Rukato as well. You can Google them, you'll find all their details there. I'm very mindful of us not running any later on time, so I won't read any of their biographies. What we've also agreed amongst the panelists is that none of them are going to go to the podium. We've agreed that we will ask a series of questions to them, and that within 30 minutes we will be done, and hopefully we'll be off stage so that we can earn a bit of time back and leave before it's dark outside. Ambassador Nhlapo, let me begin with you, Ambassador Nhlapo. The headlines are dominated by the resurgence of AFCM 23, but it's clear to all of us, and ought to be clear to all of us, that the AFCM 23 is not new. It's a symptom of a much bigger malaise. Ambassador, from your perspective, having seen these cycles before, what are the fundamental drivers of this current dramatic escalation in the Eastern DRC?
Well, thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity. I've followed the DRC since 1996, which is the first time I went there. And all the summits and meetings and negotiations around the DRC, be it at the level of the regional arrangements in the Great Lakes region, and of course the role that South Africa used to play in the DRC. And at the time I was at the United Nations seconded there. So I've been with that situation for as long as my diplomatic life until I retired. At the time I retired, I was actually Special Envoy, South Africa to the Great Lakes region, but also chairing the Kimberley process. Had a lot of things to do with the diamonds in the DRC. So I quite know the story in and at different levels and angles. You know, the DRC, let's start from where the problem began. What we normally and correctly call as the original sin of the challenges that we have in the continent, the Berlin Conference of 1896. The Berlin Conference was also called the Congo Conference, by the way. It's called the Congo Conference. It was about the Congo initially, initiated by the King of Belgium, and he called upon everybody in Europe to come around to engage and agree on what to do with the continent, how to parcel it out into spheres of influence to make sure that everybody can do what they like in the areas that they've carved for themselves through colonial domination. That's where the story of the DRC begins. You know, the second Secretary General of the United Nations, Dag Hammarskjöld, died in Dola. He was on his way to the DRC, or to the Congo then, or Belgian Congo as it was called, to the Copper Belt, because of the challenges that erupted after the brutal murder of Patrice Lumumba. So the UN has been in the DRC since 1960 until today. And it has the biggest deployment that you have ever seen of any peacekeeping mission by the United Nations has been in the DRC, and the problem persists. For 40 years, the DRC was almost like a spaza shop or private property of Mobutu Sese Seko. There was no political activity or anything that was taking place there. 40 years. It was only until the Sun City and Pretoria agreements that you had a semblance of government that was put in place in the DRC. And that government and subsequent governments have never had control over the territory of that country, which is the second largest country in this continent and the fifth in the world. So we are not talking about small territory. It's a very large country, and it needs a lot of resources here and commitment to deal with a rich country, vast as it is, if you have to deal with the challenges and problems of governance in that country. No infrastructure, no connectivity. Totally disconnected. Compounded by the Eastern Congo, which is having a life of its own, have been separated dismembered from what it was in 1899, and continue to have the kind of problems that we have. Which is why in 1996 there was an attempt towards solving that problem, which was then the Nairobi process. Nairobi process, the original one was in 1996, which never delivered the issue of resolving the problem of the nationality of the Banyamulenga in the Eastern Congo. That was a key problem at the time. It was never resolved. It has not even been resolved today. M23.
Ambassador, you know I've got all the respect for you, Ambassador. You know I have all the respect for you. I made an impassioned case about time earlier on, Ambassador.
Yeah.
And I'm worried that if I allow you to keep going, I may betray what I said about time. Unfortunately, you've landed on a point that I want to come back to in a second, Ambassador. If may I please pause you here? I want to go to Dr. Rukato, and then I'll come back to the point you're at the moment. So I want us to build the discussions, Ambassador, if you don't mind. Okay, thanks, Ambassador. Dr. Rukato, Ambassador Nhlapo put his finger on part of the issue that we have in the Eastern DRC, in particular around the Banyamulenga people. And one of the things he was talking about earlier on is this idea that even post-Lumumba, the DRC has never had this idea of a nation state. And so if we pull through what he's suggesting that part of the problem in the Eastern DRC is simultaneously a matter of state failure amongst a series of other things as well. And so how do we, when we assess the humanitarian and governance implications of this state failure, when the state is absent or in some cases predatory, who fills that vacuum? What must be done in stopping these nefarious actors filling that vacuum as well?
Thank you very much, moderator. I think that we've seen that DRC itself has failed to address the issue in what you call state failure. And there have been AU processes aimed at resolving the conflict. And there have also been SADC efforts in resolving the conflicts. All of them have not yet yielded any desired results. And the recent appointment of the envoy on DRC and the fact that for me, on 30 October, the French, they held a conference which was themed in support of peace and prosperity in the Great Lakes region. And I actually saw a photograph of the French president with the AU envoy on the DRC together. For me, is an example of how Africa is failing to address the issues of peace and security on the continent. We have the US deal, which for me is also another manifestation of not just a state failure as in the DRC, but also institutional failure in Africa to address its peace and security challenges. We have a situation whereby instead of the DRC president, in my view, calling on the AU standby force, actually for protection, actually calling on the Americans to come and protect the DRC or the elite or the government in exchange for a glaring plunder of the same resources that we are so proud of, which our own people could invest in, which the young people, not just in DRC, in the region or in Africa could invest in. But this is not happening. We are all watching silently as the US private sector is moving in to exploit those resources under this so-called peace agreement.
Thank you so much, Doc. Ambassador, I'm coming back to you. I know I paused you as you are getting to M23 AFC, and I want to come back to you for 5 minutes, Ambassador, and you can make that loop and complete where you were. But I wanted us to get exactly what Dr. Rukato was saying, and you can continue from my pause, Ambassador, for 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, I was talking about the attempts to try and resolve the problem in the DRC using African agency. I was made reference to the first Nairobi process, which ended in 1996 when President Arap Moi decided that he could not continue because he did not get the endorsement and cooperation of President Seko. He then shifted to Togo. Now she's talking about the envoy of the DRC, AU envoy of the DRC. It's not the first time. The French are the ones who proposed and insisted that Togo take over the process. And we had to go to Togo to try and have meetings to resolve the issue. Never got resolved. Togo is back again. So I'm saying it's history repeating itself. We have another Nairobi process again. It's not addressing the issue of the Banyamulenge and the Eastern Congo. Yet the Luanda process, which was just about getting close to getting a ceasefire, an agreement it was supposed to be signed, and never worked. Now, part of the problem that we are faced with because of this issue of the Banyamulenge, M23 is a product of RCD Goma, which was a movement that was formed in that part of the DRC, fighting against Mobutu Sese Seko. And at the time, when there was a first attempt by SADC after the war that took place in which SADC countries were involved with some countries in East Africa, particularly Burundi, Rwanda, and okay, I'll come back to the three countries are still involved even today. When that matter was settled, one of the issues that was never resolved at that time, 2001 in Lusaka, was the issue of the formation of a national army in the DRC. They didn't resolve it around that time. They couldn't agree. That's why they don't have what you can call a genuine national army in the DRC. So the problem persists. M23 is an offshoot of a grouping from that RCD Goma that joined in and integrated into the army that was existent at the time, because their leadership became part of the leadership of the interim government that was established as per the Sun City Agreement. So they joined in. But on March 23, because the agreement that was signed then, which has been in operation, was not honored in terms of their integration into the army of the DRC, they pulled out. So M23 is actually on the date, March 23, that's when they pulled out. I think the challenge with that, which is going to be the challenge with the agreements that we hear about now, which are facing the same fate to some extent, if you fail to honor agreements that are a product of a negotiation, the situation will repeat themselves because the people who've got the arms are not going to relent. They will go back to the bush. And this is what exactly they've done. But I think we should learn from the challenge that was posed by Jonas Savimbi. Jonas Savimbi resisted going into the government in Angola after the Lusaka agreement because he was saying he's occupying territory that has got diamonds. He said, why don't you give me the right to continue with what I was doing? Now, M23 is occupying a territory that is got the richest of what everybody wants. You think they're going to give up that territory in order to go back to the army and get salaries which are not going to be guaranteed, that will come every month, as is the case? It's not going to happen. So you've got a problem. So the agreements that they find themselves negotiating and signing in Qatar do not address that problem. And that's why fighting is continuing. So it's the importance of agreements that are reached through negotiations. If they are not honored, then you can be sure and guaranteed that the war will continue.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Your intervention is moving us closer to what I wanted to move and ask Dr. Rukato. Doctor, how do we honestly confront part of what Ambassador Nhlapo is talking about, the role of the government in Kinshasa in particular, in not just its military weakness, also beyond just the corruption and the political manipulation of ethnic tensions, but importantly in what he's saying and the failure to implement past agreements. How do we, particularly civil society, engage the government in Kinshasa? And the reason I am focusing in particular, colleagues, on the government in Kinshasa, it's important off the back of the background that Ambassador Nhlapo was raising, that if we are unable to begin from the point of view or that there were many things that were agreed that have not been followed through on. And so we must hold governments to account at a higher level than even rebels and armed forces, which is why I'm asking you this question in particular, Dr. Rukato.
I think Ambassador has just said so many attempts have been made in the past. And I don't think it's wise to keep repeating the same formula or the same recipe that burns the scones. Each time we make the scone, we put it at the same temperature, it burns, we try again, we keep doing the same. I think we need to look at different solutions, especially focus on natural resource governance, because as Ambassador says, it's not the politics. I don't think it's just about the politics. I view the president as probably one of the weakest in DRC so far. So it's not about politics. There must be something else that is behind him, that supports him. It's obviously those that benefit from the current situation of instability. And the AU, in my view, if it really is going to continue to be relevant, it needs then to find a solution that will get the government and whoever is supporting the government within the continent in the spirit of 1963. I think we need another 1963 because we've lost ourselves in the sense of solidarity, in the sense of unity, and the whole issue of finding African solutions. And the solutions are not going to be military. The whole fact that the US is going to protect, it won't last. So what then ingredients do we need to? I don't have the solution, but definitely it has to be multi-stakeholder at the national level, in my view. It needs also to include other African players. It also needs to include the citizens that are in the diaspora so that they can come together and chart the way forward for the country. But in doing that, they also need to learn lessons from why have past agreements failed. What has worked in the past in other countries that faced similar situations, so that they also then don't suffer in the name of innovation.
Thank you so much for that intervention, Doc. Ambassador Nhlapo, Dr. Rukato transitions well to this last question I wanted to ask you. You were involved in the 2002 Sanctity Agreement. Obviously, 2025 is not 2002. Part of the context is different. The actors, some of them are the same, many of them are different. There are different geopolitical considerations as well. What lessons, as we try and work towards a unified peace process in the DRC, it's very clear to anyone who's looking at the situation at the moment, there's a Washington track, there's a Doha track, there's a semblance of AU track through Togo. SADC had a mission in there. They've pulled out. The EAC was driving a Nairobi process. There are all these multiple processes, but let's assume they eventually agree they're going to work together as the Congolese are calling for this national dialogue that's driven by the Congolese. What lessons should they bear in mind as a work towards a peace process that hopefully will work in the interest of the Congolese?
Yeah, I think part of the problem currently is political. The DRC is a member of SADC, joined the East African Community. They belong to the Economic Committee of Central African States. They are part of the Francophonie. They are also part of the United Nations and the AU. They have called upon all these organizations where they have membership to be part of the peace process that is supposed to take place in the DRC. So everybody come with their own approach in a way of trying to become relevant in finding a solution because one of their member states is affected. The key weakness here is the lack of coordination at the level of the AU, because if the AU plays its role properly and not continue with this observer status that it accorded to itself when it comes to conflicts in the regions of the AU, we're not going to be everywhere because the AU, the role that it is played now, the only time you saw the chair of the AU playing any role, it's in Washington as a observer in the signature, in the agreements that was being signed, a deal on the minerals of the Republic of the Congo. It was nothing to do with peace. It was a business deal, and he was there to observe. He was there in Qatar to observe at some point when a deal was imminent, because Trump correctly calls these things deals, because that's what is after. Because any peace agreement can be evaluated and judged on the basis of which it is about bringing justice to the victims of the conflict. Nothing in what has been on paper today comes anywhere closer to that. Therefore, you cannot talk about any peace agreement or peace process if the idea or the purpose is not about justice, bring about justice to the people of the Congo. It's a deal that will allow the continuation of the brutal exploitation of the women and children who are the ones who are digging coltan and all those resources that are needed. Their conditions and their situation is not going to change. You can bring black waters there, they will protect the mines because that's what you know. That's what we were doing in Afghanistan and that thing. But where's Afghanistan today? And Syria. So we have to learn lessons as a continent of how best we need to do the right things if we have to step in and do so. There was an emergency conference summit of SADC yesterday. The DRC was represented there by some minister whose name I can't associate with or understand what exactly was it doing there. But only 4 presidents were there. The rest, it was at a lower level. The DRC was never discussed. The only thing they did was to congratulate the president of Malawi for winning the election, and then lamented on the death of people in the election processes in Tanzania, ended there. And of course, agree on how to manage the transition, because the chair decided to flee his country, and of course was later expelled by his own parliament and his citizenship stripped. So he's sitting somewhere in Dubai, enjoying the money he's been stealing there. So that's all that happened. So it tells you, in a situation like this one, when there's that serious transition, that's the kind of communique, half-page communique that you get. Then you know that you're in trouble.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We've got 4 minutes left before I hand it back to the chair.
Dr. Rukato, I wanted to give you the last word. And ask what would a credible, inclusive, internal Congolese dialogue look like? Who must be the people at the table? And also particularly from a civil society perspective, how do we ensure that there is the correct environment and enabling environment for such a dialogue to take place in order to make sure that the dialogue is driven by the people and is not a top-down led effort?
I think the first step would be to obviously stop the wars. A ceasefire is key, stop fighting. And then the next step for me, I think, would be, I would like to specifically target the youth, because young people, I don't know whether it's just the continental voice or nationally as well, where they say we need to be invited at the table. There's no way a person who has caused so much destruction will be so proactive to invite young people. So the youth must actually gather and organize and proactively put forward proposals that will make them also be a credible partner to the peace process. And definitely we've been working with women groups that say, we see all these men come and go, and we don't see women on that peace discussion table, or it should be under a tree. Obviously, religious leaders, faith-based organizations, I think the community needs to organize itself and prepare itself in its various groupings for such a dialogue to be successful. But they can't just go to listen. They must also have proposals.
Thank you very much. Let's give our panelists a round of applause, please. It's very clear to all of us that in 30 minutes, you are unable to deal with any of the serious and deep matters on the Eastern DRC. Chair, I'm about to impose myself on your floor and make one proposal, please, Chair. I sifted two questions that I passed over to you, and those were from the DRC. I then saw a third one coming also from the DRC. I saw a fourth one coming that I'm not sure where it's from. May I propose, Chair, that we remove the fourth one? And if it's only three, if the three questions there, let's just isolate the DRC ones, because we've had a Zimbabwean, we've had two South Africans speaking on the Eastern DRC. If we can give them an opportunity not to ask questions, but rather to take a minute and a half stating a position, a statement on the matter there, and we don't provide answers. And let's leave the Congolese to have the final view on the matter, and that the three of us who belong back there would leave thereafter. That's my proposal to you, Chair. You may decide how you want to respond to it, Chair.
Thank you. I think I will partly accept your proposal, but I would give the Member of Parliament for Rwanda, Anna Marie Tomokonde, to ask her question, because we all know the closeness between Rwanda and DRC. And DRC must have just missed the 1994 Rwanda genocide. So it is very important that we allow her to speak, and then I will agree with your proposal. So, distinguished honorable, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellencies, civil society representatives. Without coming back to the background and the root causes in the crisis of Eastern DRC, I would like to intervene and give update on what have been done on the side of Rwanda in implementation of peace initiatives to resolve the current crisis. Rwanda is actively participating in a range of diplomatic engagement, and the main framework for peace is the African-led AC SADC process, which is complemented by initiatives from Qatar and the United States. I would like to ask that in June 2025, Rwanda signed the peace agreement with the Republic Democratic of Congo held in Washington, D.C., and facilitated by the United States. In July, a month after, the Parliament of Rwanda ratified the peace agreement signed between the Republic Democratic of Congo and the Republic of Rwanda. This ratification showed the commitment of Rwandan citizens to support peace initiatives. I would like to take this opportunity to advocate and request the engagement of the Parliament of the Democratic Republic of Congo to take action and ratify the above signed agreement. In November, yesterday, the representatives of Rwanda attended the meeting on the Joint Oversight Committee to assess the implementation of the peace agreement signed in Washington, D.C. To conclude, I would like to reaffirm the full commitment of Rwanda to continue playing its part in pursuing peace process and implementing all peace initiatives. I thank you.
Thank you so much, distinguished. And your appeal is recorded, and information you have provided well noted. And we will make sure that it forms part of the report that the Pan-Africa Parliament sends to the Commission. Thank you so much. And now I will heed to your proposal and give the floor to our delegates from the DRC for positions that you will take. As the moderator proposed, no questions, but your positions. So I give the floor to Marina from the Center for the Human Rights. You have the floor for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mrs. Chairperson, for giving me this opportunity and all the honorable to present my concern. First of all, I will come first of all on the previous panel that came there, where they have been speaking about let me say, I will bring my sister who has been speaking about the implementation of the law in the previous panel who have been spoken. I myself as well, I passed through a lot of violation of human rights in South Africa. I wanted to go back in my country some years ago, and the Home Affairs have denied me to go back in Congo. So since I'm here in South Africa, until I end up being in an informal settlement, where I face other people going through vulnerability problem as well. So my concern first of all will be how can I maybe join or become a member of the Pan-African Parliament? And This is my first one, and also I would like to join the civil society on how we can work as a civil society to bring up what some people that I face on the ground going through, not exactly what I went through, but the kind of vulnerability that is happening in South Africa, even with the citizens themselves. So I face it where some children who have been denied the right to education in the city that I am, or in that informal settlement. And I would like to voice out what has been happening, how we can implement it here in South Africa, while there been the laws that have been ratified, but the implementation is contrary something else. So this is my concern about that.
Thank you so much. We quite understand your concerns, and that would be dealt with under refugees and migration issues, I suppose. But we would want to hear from the Congolese the position, like the moderator have proposed, the position on this issue, on the DRC, on the conflict of the Eastern DRC at the moment. We quite understand your plight and would make sure that it will form part of the report. But unfortunately, you cannot be a part of Pan-African Parliament, because members of Pan-African Parliament are sent by the parliaments of their respective states. So unfortunately, that cannot be possible, but notwithstanding, we will still record your concerns. So I now give the floor to Joel Kubaja from DRC, Synergy of Young Africans. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Joel Kabuya. I'm a law student at Boston City campus. I am born and raised in Kinshasa, the capital city of DRC. Concerning the current situation, I stand with the current government. Why did I stand with the current government? Because we all know the position of the AFC M23. Their position for the dialogue, because they always call for the dialogue, the national dialogue. They don't want external intervention. It's what we understand as well. But if you look at the history, in 2003, if I'm not mistaken, or 4 or 5, when Kabila was elected president of DRC, there was a military, we say, revolution led by Jean-Pierre Bemba. And what Jean-Pierre Bemba was supported by the Ugandan government. Museveni was supporting him. And what he called for separation of powers. He wanted to be the president. And Kabila accepted this agreement of, okay, I'll be the president, then you'll be the vice president. So it's what the current government is fighting for. Because we all know Corneille Nangaa and his allies, Rwanda, etc., they want the eastern part of Congo to become a nation, another nation apart from the current Congo. That's why if we look at the history, Patrick Lumumba was saying that the main mission of the Western world is to separate Congo. So I think we need to support the current government's initiatives of not letting Corneille Nangaa and his allies to separate the country. And sometimes I feel ashamed seeing that the European Union and other international institutions have sanctioned Rwanda's military funds to the M23. But I haven't seen until now a nation, an African nation, sanctioning Rwanda. And that is very awful, saying that us as Africans want to see other Africans die and not to do something. So I think that I'm fully supporting Felix Tshisekedi. I like his idea of not going back to the same thing that happened years ago. Thank you.
Your position is for ceasefire and for them to agree.
Yes,
Come to an
yes,
agreement.
but
Thank you so much.
we all know that Konena want the separation of powers. They only want powers. They want positions and not a lasting peace. Thank you.
And we pray that peace prevails not only in DRC, but in our continent. Thank you. So I'll now give the floor to Alphonse Gogi from Samatir RDC.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, pour m'avoir.
Thank you, Chairperson. Madam President, for giving me the floor. I would like to thank all the panelists, even though during their presentations they didn't get to the bottom of the problem. There's Resolution 2763 of the UN talking about the presence of Rwandan troops in Congo. And these troops from Rwanda, since the advent of the Rwandan Patriotic Army led by President Paul Kagame, that's when the problem started. The problem of Manyamulenge my position, if we want peace in Africa, no African state should aggress the other. Rwandan troops should leave Congo. We've been talking about Washington or Doha. It's because the EU did not take a position. There's no African solution. That's the reason why DRC went to Washington and what have you to influence Rwanda and request them to withdraw their troops. M23 does not exist. Rwandan troops are the ones supporting M23. So Rwandan troops need to be expelled from Congo and peace will be restored. That's my position.
Thank you so much. And I believe that for us to be judged by future generations, like Madam Salif has always said, future generations will not judge us by what we say, but by what we do. And I think action. Since morning, we've been talking, and we've not been told what action will be taken to drive our continent to the desired position rather than to the desire of destitute and war, because that is where we are heading to. If you list 4 African nations, the 5th one would be in a situation that is not desired. And I think action needs to be taken as soon as possible. And we all know that under international law, the principle of responsibility to protect is there. If a state is manifestly failing to protect its population, the international community has to act. And that is where we come in as Pan-African Parliament, as an organ of the AU. We shouldn't leave it to outsiders. We should take care of our own. And I think we have heard, we have cried, we have listened. So now what we need to do is act to stop what is happening in our continent. So I give the floor back to our moderator to close this session so we can proceed. I really applaud him when he mentioned about timekeeping. When some of us walked into this hall this morning, it was empty. We need to learn. Without timekeeping, we will be far behind where we expect to be. I was so happy when he said it, and that is why I am in for youth leadership. I've always been advocating for women leadership until Tanzania did us. So I will stick to youth leadership. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. We have nothing else to add. You said all the words. Thank you very much.
Let's give our panelists a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you once again to the panelists. It really wasn't an easy one. If I may just mention quickly, this is not the last conversation. I would deeply encourage all the CSOs in the room to engage with the relevant PAP committees, make submissions, find out what are the work plans, make sure concerns are factored into those work plans, discussions, so that, we move the agenda for people. I believe the last discussion will do even better in terms of time than the previous, as we will have only one speaker, which is Madame Caroline Gaita, who is the Executive Director of Nzalendo Trust, but mostly the Chairperson of APMAN. Caroline, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you, Madam President. I have an enviable act of collapsing a panel conversation that was supposed to have 3 people and also converting that into a different conversation altogether. But I'll try and do it justice. I think back home there's a member of parliament who likes saying that the biggest corruption is the corruption of time. And so I'll try and adhere to it. Now, if you look at the program, we were supposed to look at the strengthening the interface between the Pan-African Parliament and domestic legislatures and enhancing citizens' access to outcomes for the PAP. In 2022, we sat together, with a few civil society organizations from Ghana, from South Africa, from Nigeria, in Accra, and tried to ask ourselves the question: what would it take to build a strong network of parliamentary monitoring organizations, such as the institution that I lead, that engages not just with parliaments across their countries, but also across the region? We reached out to the Center for Human Rights, and on the International Day of Democracy, I think it was in 2021, 2022, we held our first African-wide conversation that brought together 14 countries. Fast forward to 2025, and in September, again on the International Day of Democracy that week, we were happy to be back in Pretoria, where we hosted the Pan-African Parliament team led by the President, and at which conversation we were looking at bridging the gap between PAP and CSOs. And in that conversation, we made a raft of proposals that we think address and speak to the panel that we're supposed to speak about. We were looking at how do we engage further, but most importantly, how do we make the Pan-African Parliament count for the citizens of Africa? And we had a few recommendations to make, which I'm just going to quickly take you through. I promised that I would take not more than 10 minutes here. So, just a minute. So if you look at the establishment of the PAP, it was established to bridge the gap between empowering African citizens to participate in continental decision-making and ensuring that the African Union reflects people-centered governance. But we've had a few issues that we identified even during our conference and were meant to highlight. One, of course, is the issue of the fact that there's a disconnect between PAP and domestic legislatures. So PAP delegates rarely report back to their national assemblies, and even when they do, not much is communicated and taken out. Secondly, citizens remain unaware of their representatives or PAP deliberations. During that meeting that had representatives from 29 countries, when we asked members or delegates to name their representatives at the Pan-African Parliament, I think it was only 3 countries that could name their members, which means that the PAP delegates are not engaging locally. And then we had the issue of resolutions and motions adopted at the continental level seldom influence domestic agendas. I think we did hear much of that in the morning. So what are some of the recommendations that we would want to bring forward? In the morning, there are quite a number of issues that came up, I think, that would help us chart our way forward. We had that a parliament without the people becomes an echo chamber. So if PAP is speaking to itself, if PAP's decisions are not hitting home, they are not resonating with the citizens of the countries represented, then it really is just an echo chamber. And so just like we demand or expect of our domestic parliaments, PAP has to go out and undertake more of initiatives such as this one. One of the requests we made to the president then was that even when they are holding in-country meetings with members of parliament, it is important that they also engage members of civil society organizations in those countries. The second one is, of course, the laws and the responsiveness, that there has to be laws that respond to the needs of the people. We've all spoken a lot about citizen participation, citizen engagement, and public participation. PAP must then ensure that citizens of the continent have a way of understanding what laws are here and that the engagement is meaningful, it's engaging, there's a feedback mechanism, and there's also a monitoring mechanism on the implementation back home. The third one is, of course, tracking the decisions that are made at the continental level. We did hear that a lot of countries have either signed or ratified, but this information is not cascaded downwards, and there's need for us to understand what are these, like recently, I think Parliament passed this PAP, did adopt laws on gender, the gender parity. I think there's something on migration, but how does this translate to our conversations back home? The other one is around building trust. So civil society organizations and parliaments interchangeably work for the benefit of the people. And from that Afrobarometer report and from our own conversations and including the global indices on democracy, the trust deficit between citizens and their representatives keeps widening. And if what we have seen across the globe in the last 1 year, whether you're talking about Kenya and the Gen Z protests, Nepal, Madagascar, Indonesia, where they also burned down a parliament, there's a big disconnect. And I think for Pan-African Parliament, for domestic parliaments, for civil society organizations, working together to rebuild this trust is something that we must prioritize. We must get to a point where, as we had in the morning, laws are not passing through Parliament, but they're actually being passed by Parliament through an engaging participatory process that speaks to the needs of the people. The other one is the level of openness and transparency, not just in the participatory processes, but how open, how accessible is information that relates to Parliament, and how can civil society organizations be able to use that information. In September, again, during the meeting, we launched the Open Parliament Index, a continental look at how open, accessible, transparent, and participatory parliaments from 33 countries drawn from West, East, and South Africa are. And we did this because we want to measure the level of engagement between citizens and their parliaments. And we do think that for PAP to also be responsive, it needs to adopt these open and transparent indexes and work together with civil society organizations to make sure that this is not only entrenched, but it's also citizen-driven and informed by the needs of the citizen. We need to reimagine PAP as a space of belonging, ensuring that the institution functions as both a physical and symbolic space of inclusion through meetings like this, such as this, like I said, open days, virtual tours, live stream, and youth or gender dialogues. People need to know more about what Parliament, this Pan-African Parliament does. To rebuild trust, and I think this has come out a lot during the conversations earlier, PAP must hold our leaders to account. it's not enough to have representations from the different countries, even those that are banning here and back home, that the members of parliament from countries that are banning at home due to violence, due to disrespect for electoral processes, disrespect for term limits, and yet we don't call them out. There must be because if we are to rebuild that trust, if we citizens are to trust PAP as not just a symbolic institution, but one that acts and is responsible, then we must call those governments to account and find mechanisms of having sanctions against representatives from those countries, because if we do so, then those representatives will also put pressure back home so that the independence we spoke about earlier, the independence of parliaments, and is addressed. And then I've also said that for Africans to believe in the PAP, they must see themselves in the institutions. The task at hand, really, people of Africa, is rebuilding trust between citizens and their parliaments. It's rebuilding trust in democratic processes. It's reminding us that despite its pitfalls, despite its challenges, democracy is still the best model of governance, and that we must fight for it, we must protect it, and we must keep strengthening it, and we must keep calling out areas where it's not working. It's often said, and I think it also just came out here, that the biggest threat to democracy now is not plutocrats or authoritarian leaders, but democratically elected leaders that are not delivering for citizens, that are driving young people to the streets because they are not keeping their promises, that are plundering their countries, and yet they went through an election that by all for all standards is an election. And so for us as civil society organizations and the members of the Pan-African Parliament is to then take a keen interest on elections, and remember that it's a process, it's not an event. And so if we identify challenges within the 5 or 4 year period between one election to the next, we must be able to call them out. I'll conclude by saying that when parliaments embrace transparency, accountability, openness, trust follows, participation deepens, and democracy becomes a lived reality for all Africans. For the Pan-African Parliament, for the citizens of Africa, for civil society organizations represented here, that really is our call to action, that we must keep holding each other to account, we must keep getting involved, we must keep getting engaged, we must keep sharing information, and we must keep coming back together frequently to take stock of the progress that we have made, but also call ourselves out for areas that we have not lived up to the expectations of our citizens. Thank you. I think I've ceded like 2 minutes back to the podium, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Can we give Ms. Gaita another round of applause, please? I know the day has been very long. We are now going to call upon Professor Nkatha Murungi, Assistant Director of the Center for Human Rights, to make us her remarks before we get to an official closing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator and Madam President. Thank you very much to everyone who has spoken before me. It has indeed been a long day. It's 6 p.m. and I know that we probably just want to close. So I will also not be very long in the understanding of the time that we have. As was mentioned, my name is Nkatha Murungi. I'm Assistant Director of the Center for Human Rights. And so I am standing here in the capacity of the co-organizers or the conveners of this forum, along with our partners. And I had three things to reflect on, but which I am not going to be able to get into the details of it, given the times that we have. This was to share a reflection of, or basically a summary, a synthesis of the key outcomes and discussions for today since the morning. And then to secondly, reflect on our commitments as civil society organizations, as well as the commitments of the Pan-African Parliament from this conversation going forward. And ultimately to take us through some preliminary outcomes that we hope to consolidate in an outcome statement, which we'll then agree upon. As I have mentioned, in the interest of time, I may not be able to go into the full document, and it's definitely not finalized, so we will also still need to engage with the Pan-African Parliament to refine. But just to have some brief reflections on the day that has been and where we see this conversation going. As was mentioned by my colleagues earlier on, I specifically, Jagan went through the outcomes of the second CSO dialogue that we had last year. And so this being a third iteration, it's not very different from the conversations that we had from last year. The essence is to create a forum where civil society organizations representing African citizens can engage with the Pan-African Parliament, which is a space for citizen participation, and to inform each other's work in relation to topical issues. Today's discussion has reflected on two main issues. One, of course, is, as Madame Zuma reflected earlier on this morning, is on the theme of the African Union for this year, which is justice for Africans through reparations. And some of the reflections that we had in terms of her remarks was in terms of how do we make this not just a one-off conversation or a good to have conversation, but actually a meaningful platform that generates tangible outcomes from our governments going forward. And a number of issues came out of that I will get in when I get into the outcome document. The second element was reflecting on the main theme around governance and security, peace and security. I think that has been the predominant conversation, especially this afternoon. And the one thing that we all agree from this the conversations today is that we cannot even begin to do justice to this theme because we didn't have enough time to fully get into the details. But a few things have already been communicated stemming from this, and which we will hopefully be able to carry forward in the outcome statement, as well as in the subsequent actions and engagements that we have, including the youth meeting, as well as the conference that's happening on Monday and Tuesday. So, without further ado, let me just go through some of the key themes that have emerged and which are going to be reflected in the final document that we will have. And in this way also, I am reflecting on it as a call to action. And maybe just a moment, because I see that the president is back in chamber. So we just welcome him back. Thank you very much, Mr. President. If I may proceed. So out of the conversations that we've had today, and as I said, these are for us to engage with going forward. We are calling for the institutionalization of this forum, of the PAP CSO Forum, as a permanent participatory governance mechanism that allows us to be able to engage on matters affecting citizens of the continent. We have been talking from different speakers on the need to ratify and domesticate African Union instruments that are relevant to not just the theme of peace and security, but also other matters that are affecting Africans on the continent, but in particular, given the theme that we are looking at today, to especially look at how we can facilitate, advocate, and engage to advance the ratification of the of the Malabo Protocol and the Free Movement Protocol. Of course, a number of other documents were discussed in the forum today, but this is just as a matter of a recurring priority that we see going out of today's meeting. And then there was a consistent call to reflect on redefining democracy in a manner that is actually responsive to the needs of African citizens. So a lot has been said about having, conversations that are merely an echo chamber, but to be meaningful, that democracy must be able to deliver the goods, food, jobs, safety, dignity, and not just electoral legitimacy across the African continent. That we must advance reparative justice and decolonial healing, including gender and youth inclusion. And I think the theme of youth inclusion has been a prominent conversation throughout the day. That we must reclaim Africa's peace agenda and address the root causes of conflict through justice, inclusion, and resource governance. That is proper resource governance, that we should strengthen African-led peace frameworks for the Sahel, for Sudan, and especially for the Democratic Republic of Congo, the discussion of which we just had in the last session, that we should aim at empowering youth and women as agents of transformation and leadership, that we should aim to promote intra-African trade and industrialization to achieve economic self-reliance, as that we should seek to expand civic space and access to information to enhance accountability and democratic resilience, and finally, that we can reignite Pan-African solidarity, which is around shared challenges as well as sharing our homegrown solutions to the issues that we seek. So one of the things that has been constantly reiterated in the course of today is that we are not on two sides, we are on the same side, as civil society and as the Pan-African Parliament. We are working towards one goal. And as one speaker said earlier on, that as civil society, what we bring to the table is constructive conversation based on knowledge, evidence, expertise, and our shared stake in the collective fate of this continent. So from where we stand as the Center for Human Rights, as a convener of the Pan-African Parliament Civil Society Forum, we are hoping that this engagement will continue, that the relationship and the friendship that we have managed to create so far, the partnership we have with the Pan-African Parliament, that it will continue to provide space for dialogue and engagement, but especially that together we can work towards shifting the narrative for Africa as a collective and as a shared fate. We are grateful to everyone for your time. Once again, it's been a long day, and I, as one of the organizers, we also take responsibility for it. We want to thank you for your patience, and we also want to acknowledge our partners who have made this possible, particularly the Open Society Foundations that makes this event possible. Mr. President, I'll give the floor back to you. The moderator.
Now it's good evening. Good evening. I want to salute you for your resilience and commitment to duty. I'm here to come and participate more, but unfortunately I find you came a bit late. How many MPs of PAP are here now? I know the chair is a member of parliament from this side. Honorable members of parliament. So there is one chairing only. I think the interpretation is not coming out well. Maybe they are not hearing me, but they are here. Anyway, I know you have been here long, and I want to salute all of you. I want to salute Honorable Njai, our own secretariat, led by the clerk, and of course yourselves. And Murungi, first name, she's the director. Or is she? The one who was here just now. Well, okay. I want, this side, okay. You are in there far there in Mozambique. Look, there's a lot to say. I heard you mention one or two very good things that I want to support quickly. I missed some. Permanent institutionalization of PAP CSO forum. Madam Clerk, we don't have, even among our own committees, a committee that responds to this. And I'll be suggesting, and it is going to go through, to the Bureau immediately that we have a desk that is PAP CSO desk. Immediately. And I think some of my powers, I've never used them. I keep them in my pockets. The person here who has been chairing, I'll make her the first chair of this forum, or of the desk. The MP responsible, the clerk will give us staff from MPs, wherever, and we'll have one per region. Honorable Njai, we task you to ensure that we operationalize a PAP CSO desk that links well with the Pretoria University. So you now know, we now at PAP have a desk for interaction and pushing forward the program. At Pan-African Parliament, MP and the clerk will give us a name from staff side. Then the electoral legitimacy. I think this should be a question to master's students at all universities in Africa. You said electoral legitimacy. I added electoral legitimacy is necessary but not sufficient for good governance. Just saying electoral legitimacy is not enough. And I can give you the answers, because unless the elected are accountable to the people and the people's voice influence decisions, then we say we have democracy. Our solidarity with the Murungi, it's Murungi, eh? Murungi and the University of Pretoria, I think going forward is going to grow and grow and grow and strengthen, beginning today. And as I speak, I'm giving assignment to our own officers, clerk, to make sure this agenda is realized. My speech ends here. My closing speech has ended. And I want to thank all of you for being here up to this time. I met two people going out from the suicide, and I said, let's go back, let's go back. Why are you going out? Let's go and close properly. We thank you. Some of you see you on Monday with the youth. Or institutionalization, we have ratification of AU instruments, PAP, and the COC to work together. Yes, this will be now the terms of reference of our desk to ensure that we ratify AU instruments. Make sure that ratification of AU instruments by member states and that the PAP and CSOs work together. Accreditation framework for CSO observer status. Oh, this is in elections, eh? Is it? Observer at PAP or observer in elections? At PAP. At PAP, you mean? Yes. Oh, we need them. This will be guaranteed the way you like. PAP to deal with the issue of suspended member states. I don't understand this one, of course. Anyway, we'll work on it. We'll work on it. Please, bon voyage. Yes, bon voyage. And you should have a number and the clerk's number and those people's number. So contact numbers, that is. So that if we go for, in fact, I don't know in your discussion, there should be a platform also where we continuously share information from PAP and from yourselves. There should be some platform. And that we insist that we can't go for more than 6 months without meeting, whether virtually, physically, just to see how far we are going with these issues that you've mentioned. Even those, some of you saying, we have done some assessment in your own country, and we found that our country has signed 70 AU instruments, but they've only ratified 6, for example. We need to share that information. Otherwise, please, I'm so happy that this day has succeeded. Let's move forward and ensure that Africa moves from the bottom of the ladder in terms of the quality of life of our people on this continent. And the quality of our people includes sleeping at 8 and waking up tomorrow even at 8 without any worry of anything that may be guns or something. No, you sleep and forget that you ever wake up. That's the continent that you want. Not to say, oh, I hear some, I think those are thieves. Oh, I think there is a coup. I hear, no, don't have such an Africa. No. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable President, for your remarks that have responded to a great extent to the summary that has been provided by Professor Nkata of the Center for Human Rights. We have now come to the end of the proceedings. The President has already thanked us all for being here. But just for completion, just to, from our side and on behalf of all present, civil society, would like to now thank the President himself and his Bureau of Vice Presidents that have availed their time to lead the discussions of these proceedings. We want to thank all members of Parliament who have attended this session and made their contributions at different times. Would like to thank the session chair who has stood in for part of the proceedings of today, and then acknowledge and thank the European Union representatives that have sat through, European Union Parliament representatives that have sat in throughout, and the ambassadors who have graced the occasion at different points. Would like to, of course, centrally thank the partners, the Center for Human Rights and Open Society Foundation, who have traditionally pulled together the civil society forum, and for this year, really ensuring that they invite MPs to be part of what has become a bilateral conversation between civil society and the Parliament. We also thank both organizations, Center for Human Rights and OSF, for their valuable financial and technical contribution to this meeting. Of course, Professor Nkata, Ms. Bonolo, Mr. Jagan are very good friends of the Parliament, and we rely upon them time and time again to support us. And we thank you that you have done nothing less in this instance. We also thank the panelists, the expert panelists that have presented their expert views on the various panels and have made this a rich discussion. And then all of us participants who have traveled from far and wide to be here, and we hope that those that have come for the first time to the Pan-African Parliament will continue to come to the Parliament's activities. Reminding everyone that on Monday and Tuesday, there's a big youth symposium to which we are all invited. And then I will, last but not least, thank my colleagues in the Secretariat, the staff of the Pan-African Parliament that have pulled together this work together with the Center and the OSF. Thank the interpreters in the booth and all the personnel, the media people, protocol and so on, ushers that have assisted this meeting. Finally, on behalf of Honorable President and the Bureau, to indicate the way forward. The outcomes of this meeting, as Professor Nkata has indicated, will be reduced to an outcome document that the Center, Open Society will prepare, but the Parliament will have a look at, and once we have agreed jointly on what the outcomes have been from both sides, we will then finalize that. Now, with regard to recommendations that have specifically been addressed by civil society to the Parliament itself, these will be prepared for debate by the parliamentarians in a formal sitting of the Parliament. So with that, thank you very much. I don't know whether the cocktail has been announced. Okay, so our partners, again, the Center for Human Rights and Open Society Foundation are inviting all of us to a working cocktail. And we're all invited. I believe it will be in the same place where we had our teas and coffees, in the foyer. But safe journey back home. Thank you very much, and reach out to us at any time for any further information. Thank you so much.